that this is all bonus to them. It's just like a learning curve, and that's like it's the most comfortable seat to be on, right? Like when you get into a tournament and then you just have to kind of do your best and that's it.
Yeah, no,
it's good for them.
That's very true. I think a lot of people would maybe try and apply that logic to LGD and say, well, they're already qualified to TI. They're already going to the major. They don't really have to. Yes, but you have to remember this is the first big international.
There's 3 years of pressure for them as well.
Exactly, and I'm sure all the Chinese fans are watching quite earnestly and seeing how the team's going to be able to perform here versus Secret, versus all these big names that are widely respected in the Chinese community, and to be dismantled like that, you know, it must be a shock.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like Secret, they're well set up for success right now, but we'll see. You know, like there's a lot of other big teams that are gonna come in their way. You know, nothing has been done yet. This is just a group stage game, even though these games matter a lot, and we're emphasizing on it. You know, you could either get knocked out or get top 3, which is massive difference. But you know, now they went through LGD, they went through Tundra, that are really big teams, and a lot of other big names are coming kind of their way to try to stop them. So, you know, they need to kind of keep their head down and keep doing the great work that they've been doing so far.
We do have 2 of these other big names coming up soon. It's going to be OG versus Enigma Galaxy. That's going to be a very, very exciting match, the last match of the day on this very stream. But before that, we're going to take a small break and then come back with this exciting last best of 2. So stay tuned. See you soon.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
All right, welcome back, folks. I am now joined on the couch once again by Poppy, but you know what? I didn't want to pick his mind all alone. I decided they're Lane and partners. They might as well be on the couch together. He's going to be joined by Chrysalis. Boys, how's it going?
It's going good.
It's going good.
Yeah, you feeling pretty hype? How you feeling, Chrysalis? Like a first big LAN, right? It's an overwhelming experience. You've been enjoying Riyadh?
I mean, it's been quite something, but it's been fun for sure. I've enjoyed it so far very much.
Now, tell me, is there any room for the cheeky shenanigans I know you for in your pub games? Or is Poppy maybe the mature captain that always keeps you in place?
Poppy can't stop me from being cheeky. There's no way.
I can't. I really can't.
No, I know.
Do you have like a means of getting him back in line? Is there a beating stick maybe?
I don't think that. I mean, the thing is,
Be honest. You know, there's nothing that's going to bring you back in line.
no, it just doesn't work. Nothing works, guys. I've tried everything. Don't worry. Let the memes come further. I've tried everything.
And obviously, you know, you guys have had a lot of recent changes. Rezo coming in last second this tournament. Zayat's recently joining the team. How has that changed the dynamics up from both your perspectives compared to when you had Yapsor and Ice was present?
You can go first.
I'm not really sure, because what we basically try to do every game, regardless of which players we have, we kind of try to play for the players or pick for the players, and like the process doesn't change whatsoever, even if you have like a different player. So we mostly just came into this tournament with our ideas, which we had for the DPC. Perhaps there's an extra flavor on there from Resolution, but at the same time, the plan kind of still stays the same.
I'd say the same thing, actually. I have the same mindset on it. I think, you know, we haven't changed how we wanted to play based on a change of player.
And speaking of changes, Chrysalis, like quick rise, right? Time and time again, you've had to change up. You've had to become a little bit more flexible in your heroes picks. You know, you can't be the Monkey King spammer we once knew you as. How has it been kind of flexing these rules? Because I know we talked in the past privately, you know, there's expectations of heroes you should go after. Do you make recommendations to Puppy, or is Puppy more kind of like, I think this would be good for you?
It kind of goes both ways. Sometimes I'll pressure more for my own hero. Sometimes Puppy's like, I really think this hero's going to own, and then I'm like, okay, sure, then I'll play this hero instead. And usually, like, we draft like kind of together. Usually Puppy gets the last word, but overall the drafts are like.
You have to say it like that, man.
I mean, I did.
You can defend yourself there, Puppy. I mean, he's kind of like...
No, I don't. I told you, nothing works. Doesn't matter if I defend myself. There's topics we have talked about.
I mean,
non-Dota topics that we talked about. I don't know, like wearing your belt this way, that way. He's going to go against anything I say.
It's not like it's a bad thing that you have the last word.
No, it's not. It's not a bad thing. But I get the last word. That's important.
And, you know...
I'm sorry.
Talk to me, like, about how things change, right? Like, when you come in these big teams, maybe you had bad habits or habits they were unfamiliar with. Was there anything that Puppy had to get the beaten stick out for and say, you can't do this anymore in terms of the way you played the game?
Did he listen to us at all? He's just like few
No, I'm fishing. I want specifics. Give me specifics.
He literally like didn't listen to a single conversation right now or something. He doesn't understand that nothing has worked.
Kinda, yeah. It's just, it's not going to work.
Well, something's working. I mean, you guys are 6-0 up on the groups. Like, you know, is it really just simply we just play our Dota, we just do what's comfortable, like no secret recipe?
I mean, if you're talking about Dota, that's a little bit different because, like, I mean, it depends what you do in real life, depends how you are in game. He's the way he plays, he's crazy. So you gotta let him be crazy. There's nothing you can do about it.
It is how it is.
All right. Speaking of real life, you know, you gotta have that unwind, that thing you like to do when you're not in front of the PC playing Dota 2. What do you guys do to kind of relax, to get away from the Dotes?
Don't starve first. Don't starve.
There's multiple games, but you know, he says not PC. So
I mean, that's a problem though.
Yeah.
Do you just get locked in Poppy's basement and you're not allowed to come out?
I just play my.
He locks himself in his own basement. Let's be honest here. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Never mind.
You know exactly what it means. The thing is, we're gamers, so if we get bored of something or we want to chill out, we're gonna probably find something to do in the games scenario. Also to do that, and we've basically played a bunch of games already.
No more Apex Legends, Chrysalis? No,
Not at the moment. No, I'm very sorry. Not at the moment.
I was hoping we're going to be able to queue. All right, let's look a little bit over the DBC because I think people got like feelings about the format and how things have been going. How have you viewed the regional format and the majors in their current construct? Is there anything you'd like to see drastically overhauled?
That's a question for you.
Absolutely, it's not, dude. If anyone has experience here and should know things about this, it should be you.
This guy
Look, if you ask
understands.
me, I will genuinely say I really don't care because I'm just playing games. Okay, I'm just there to play Dota, and that's all I'm going to do. If there's no DPC, if I don't have to play, I'm still going to be playing pubs, right? I'm just not going to be playing competitive, but it's the same to me, honestly.
That's a good answer.
I think you might want to disagree. No? No? Okay.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with your point.
Sure.
I'm saying that the DPC is very bad scheduling, very, very bad.
But it's good to have third-party tournaments like this, right? It's hard to squeeze them in, but how have you been
It's actually
feeling?
pretty important that these tournaments are here. You know,
Definitely.
The more the DPC expands, the less this happens. The more the DPC expands, the less everything
Just
here
look
goes
intensely
away.
into the camera and do
Everything
that,
here
please.
goes away. I'm not even sitting here next year, maybe. Who knows?
Is this your plight to like, please allow room for third-party TOs or iPoppy will just disappear from existence?
We will all disappear. A little one of those, snaps, whatever the big boy from Marvel did.
What are you going to do if that happens?
Yeah, I know his name.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, what's his name?
Thanos.
Thanos.
Kind of off the mark there.
What are you? Thanos, right?
Yeah, but you say like it's an E.
Thanos.
Or like
stuff.
like a U.
No, because any people that watched, whatever, man, you keep going.
Okay.
Can you pronounce it?
Thanos.
There we go. That's the one. Okay, oh, great. The
Oh,
snap.
you think I couldn't pronounce it that way? It's actually insane.
It's besides the point,
Really, is it?
He's just like, it was a test. I definitely knew it all
I
along.
want to point out he's the one who kind of pushed you on it,
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I shouldn't have done that.
normally
Okay.
I would, but
Final snap just happened. Dota disappears. What y'all doing next?
No. We're still playing DPC. That's the problem. It happened, and we're not here, but we're actually playing DPC. Perhaps one game a month, perhaps. Perhaps that is what's going to happen. Sadly, I'll probably be dead by the time I qualify to a tournament after playing one game a month.
I'm sensing some frustration building up there, puppy.
Nah, man, what are you talking about?
How about you, Chrysalis? You gonna retreat to a different game, pursue an esports career elsewhere? Or are you too much of a Dota lover?
I have no idea. Don't really have to think about it at the moment, so I'll just, I might just play pub. Hope it comes back. You mean if Dota gets deleted as a game?
Yeah, like Dota just disappears. Like, what's next?
No, I'm just gonna. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I have no idea. I'll see.
All right, so you guys have been in Riyadh a few days. Obviously, you've been prepping for the tournament, but is there anything you've looked at that you maybe want to go check out? Something in this beautiful city you want to see?
I kind of just stay in my room and play Dota.
I'd do it.
I know what you're expecting, honestly.
Poppy, you seem like a sophisticated man. There must be something you've got your eyes on.
I mean, it's really hot outside, though. This is probably the worst time to be outside on, because if you think about, it's July, right? It should be really, really, really hot right now. And, I mean, I'm not really sure yet exactly what is there to do here. We don't have that much time either, because obviously, I've been to another, Jordan, when I was visiting Yazid, and we went to do a lot of stuff there, visited the Petra and stuff. So I'm not sure if, we visited it and I didn't die of the heat, but I'm pretty sure I will die from the heat at this point.
The problem is, it's because you're winning. If you just lost really quickly, you'd have time to go check out all the sites.
What? No, you'd have to play more Dota because you just lost.
No, because if you go on the group stage, you've got the last days to go check out.
Yeah, but you're not good enough
Yeah,
if you're lost, so you have to grind even more.
Oh, that's true.
You have to. There's no way. If you lose, it's like when you get on a lose streak. You lose. You have to play more. You can't stop.
So you're saying when you lose, Poppy's just instantly there, play more pubs.
No, that's me. I did.
That's what he does to me, man. I'm crying every day.
All right, talk to me a little bit about the boys. We've all had those experiences. Maybe, Chrysalis, you haven't had this because obviously COVID kind of took us out of the works for a while. But Poppy, you've had many years in this scene. Who is the worst roommate you've ever had?
What a loaded question. Holy shit.
You can't say me. That's the fun part.
I can't?
I mean,
I am in a room with him, so it's kind of...
yeah, but I'm not a roommate. You're not.
I'm not sure, man. It has to be Remco, actually, because, I haven't roomed with him, but if I would imagine...
Not surprised.
Tell me what you're imagining. What's this room looking like? What's he done?
I don't think he does anything in the room. He's barely is there. To be honest, it might be good actually. It's like it's almost like a ghost. It's like he wakes up and the next second he's probably like in a PC already somewhere playing Dota. So it might be pretty all right actually. I mean, that loaded question. Like I don't even know. I can't even remember back who's bad, to be honest.
You know, let's look at the good. You've got Heen supporting on the side. How much has that been kind of a switch up, having that kind of knowledge pool of both Puppy and Heen for you as an upcoming player? How has that helped you grow quickly into Team Secret?
It's a hard question.
What did he say?
How you and Heen have helped me develop, I would say. But I think,
holy Lord,
you know, even if I would ask him, I think his answer would be, I'm not sure if you haven't answered that, do you?
I don't think this guy develops the way you think people develop.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
make it sound like it's just all chance.
No. It's great. It's just you know, let him do his thing. But at the same time, like, you know, he might not notice it. You know, he's got a bubble around him. But once in a while, we inject some kind of like logic in there, and then it becomes him. You know, slowly. You gotta be you gotta be careful though.
You might pop the bubble. You know?
We might pop the
very
bubble,
easy.
you know, with logic, which is really horrible.
You know what I love about this interview is like there's probably other teams watching. They open their notepads, they start taking notes of like, yeah, we're really gonna get the deets on how Crystal's Puppy works. And then they got halfway through this interview and they just closed the notepad and they went, this is just messing with our brains right now. Yeah.
Halfway?
Halfway, yeah. What the hell?
All right, I'm giving too much credit. All right, boys, I'm going to let you get back to your team, though, and figure out what's next. Congratulations on the win. Amazing streak you're on here. Hopefully going to see you making a deep run here in the Riyadh Masters. Thank you, though. We're going to head across to a short break, though. Fantastic to be joined by Puppy and Chrysalis, as always, and I'm sure we'll be checking in with them more as the tournament goes on.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Hello guys and welcome to the last series of the day. About to begin very soon. We have a panel of experts for you guys to break this down. My name is Al Plus and I'm joined by Seek and Strike and Black.
Sounds like that you've just like really elongated my name there.
No, Seek and Strike. That's how I always call you. Richie.
That's very true. That is my name.
How do you call yourself? Just Seek and Strike or Seek and Strike?
You mean like in the mirror?
Yeah, when he looks at him, oh yeah, I'm looking really good today. I am...
I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
It's very important
I've
for
never
your own
thought
identity.
about it. I mean, I guess it is, yeah. What do you call yourself?
It depends on my mood. Sometimes I'm Dominic, sometimes I'm a superhero, sometimes I'm wow, Black, today you're going to be playing in this tournament. That was like 5 years ago. You're going to do super great, and then you usually don't, and you're kind of sad.
What? Are you just superhero or are you a specific superhero?
Just superhero.
Okay.
I mean, you know, save people from trains, that kind of thing. Yeah.
What's your power, though?
I'm very smart.
Right. Yeah. That's a real life superpower, right, Black?
Yeah, of course.
We have also a group of 5 incredibly smart individuals. Their name is OG. You might have known them, but let's see their faces again to get a little reminder.
I think our performance this year has been splendidly amazing. I think we exceeded all the expectations. We already qualified the TI, we already won a major. We have exceeded all the expectations and made for us, especially with the new players in our team that had no experience from before. So even if we start losing or whatever, it's like we all can be happy with what we achieved and hopefully we keep improving. We did not get the opportunity to play a lot against the other regions yet. I think the only region we haven't played against is China. I think China is going to be in this tournament too, so it's going to be nice to play against the Chinese teams. I think they have a lot that we can learn from. It will be interesting to see how they play. I don't really fear any teams, I will say. I feel like when it comes to losses or winning, it's all up to us, pretty much. It's up to us how we try and how we take the games. If you went to the grand finals, I would like to meet Team Liquid. The main reason why I want to meet them there was because me and Insani is also like, we talk about exchanging jerseys on stage. If you get to the stage together, we play against each other. And also I just want to beat them, you know?
As always, Taiga glowing with positivity. He said they already exceeded expectations with that major win. I think that would be pretty true for most people would have said that, right? And now they're just here to play as well as they can.
Yep.
When you win a major, Black, you've been in positions where you've gone really far. do you feel
Close. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah. Do you feel like that is a motivator, or do you feel like it sometimes makes teams relax a little bit too much?
I really think it depends on like where you're standing, but I think they're pretty much guaranteed TI already.
They are. They are guaranteed TI. That's
So
right.
after that, there is cruising mode. Like you will approach all the tournaments with a lot lighter heart. You won't really try hard as much. Of course, you will still try hard. You always want to win your competitor, but you will like use them more as like practice, figure things out. You know, just make your team stronger overall, so you have that best chance to perform well at TI.
You know, these videos that we see that was walking in, the hardest part of these videos is how we have to really take them far away from the arena because they're here all day and they have to find their way on their own. So this is their final stride here.
And it's really hard sometimes.
Yeah, there's no map either. They just have to figure it out in the desert.
No mini-map button.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
But they finally made it to the arena here. Richie, what are your expectations of OG considering how they've been performing today? A lot better than day one.
Yeah, much better than day one. Back at full strength, back on LAN. I think, an audience, yes, but also new teams and new players, new threats to face, right, with the Chinese Dota that they're going to be up against. Kuroki as well on LAN is a complete beast. I mean, OG were actually playing their match at the same time that NIGMA was 2-0ing TSM, but I was, as I am with the zoomer, multiple screens in front of me trying to catch all the action at once. And every single time I looked over at the OG game, they were doing real well. They were playing very confident. Every single time I looked over at NIGMA, NIGMA was doing even better, right? Yeah. So like I assume that they've had a chance to look at those replays, and you got to go into every match thinking you're going to win. But after seeing Kuro back on LAN after like a year of Div 2, dude, he's looking real good.
Yeah, I mean, Kuroki has always been a player that, honestly, his MMR is really low. Like, it's probably like 7k, maybe even less than that. But whenever, as you said, he's on LAN tournaments, he's actually just playing like an absolute god and the maniac on the position 5. So yes, guys, MMR is just a number, as we all know very well.
MMR is just a number. Our favorite mid laner, Dendi, right? MMR is just a number.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he popularized that, right?
Yeah.
When was that? Like 8 years ago? Maybe?
Something like that.
Some players, would say like are like what 1.5k above Kuroki, and it doesn't matter whatsoever.
Yeah,
it really
a
is
number, guys.
just a number.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that though, not just Kuroki, that team is composed of a bunch of superstars. The latest of which is Sameo, and he made a huge difference to the team, especially in terms of attitude. The first things that we heard about him is that Sameo was like forcing him to pub all day. He was super hungry for TI. Can a new player be that big a driving force for a team?
Oh, 100%. Which is actually a little bit surprising that Sumail is that new player since he's already won a TI.
Right.
That he's like that hungry again. But it also makes sense, right? Because like in his previous teams, he always played well. And they had like some success, but not really what he's used to at all. So yeah, like pushing them to work harder and reaching it high. Like it's always like that, right? You win a big tournament. There's nothing bigger than TI, and your brain is always going to be like, oh my god, I want to relive that somehow at some point. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they're pushing again, and they're looking real good.
Yeah, I think obviously it's not a direct one-to-one comparison. When you look at the rise of Sumail, and especially Amar, right, there was much more of a system set up in place, a lot of a much healthier ecosystem for Amar to rise up and to play in these tournaments.
True.
For example, right, that's one of the definitely upsides of DPC. I can't help but sometimes draw comparisons. Amar was the youngest player to do this. Amar was the youngest player to do that. He plays very confidently. He's maybe even sometimes cocky. You might even use that.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, right? I mean, that reminds me a little bit of Sumail. He was kind of flashy. He was always like in the mid lane, right? Mid lane was different back then. You needed to like, one death on an SF and like, oh, the game's over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it needed to be more about him. But Amar as well, I mean, it's not every single team we see like the offlaner get this much attention, get this much priority in the farm, especially when he started playing on like creep lane. It was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But that's always the guy I've thought about, and it helps that I came up as a fan watching Sumail, and it's kind of
Amar.
And also Amar, so I can't help but sometimes draw a couple of parallels there, but I just think it's really cool that now they get to face off.
Amar even started as a mid laner, right?
That's right. Actually, that is completely accurate. And now the king's back to mid.
Exactly.
Can he defend his throne from the usurper, though?
Yeah, what's interesting, though, that when they were both coming up, right, Sumail was talking about how he's the king of mid and nobody can usurp his throne. And when you ask Amar what position is best, he says, I can play any position. I'm the best at any. So there's maybe he's really taking this to the next level, right? And his face, as always, impassible whenever he reacts to anyone. I don't think he has many facial expressions. I mean, a slight smile when he tips you in lane.
How often have you guys seen him actually smile? I've only seen him smile twice.
When he won the major, I there was a half smile at one moment that I think escaped it.
Yeah.
You know what? I was out there taking pictures, and I looked back a couple weeks ago and looked at the pictures again because I was trying to edit them and do all that stuff. And actually, like on a serious point of analysis, like he was a little bit shy. Like he was still that reserved, like maybe just like processing things. But this is like the great part about OG and like that team and that ecosystem to help kind of nurture him and progress his path as a pro player. Like they brought him in. They brought him in for the trophy lift. You know, it was like Seb and Notel were like, you got to get in here, like lift the trophy, you know, get his hands on it, and then there was a bit of a smile. Yeah, it was there.
Of course.
Yeah, it was like, you know, the many faces of fear. You know, winning TI, you know, getting an Omega kill, you know, doing all this.
No, winning TI was the cutest smile I've ever seen in person. It was like,
I mean, but you compare this to, you know, some of the more emotive faces, you know, the Quinn seeing Gaben.
Quinn seeing Gaben. That's fantastic. And we have a lot of faces to see, actually. We have 5 faces specifically, the Enigma Galaxy guys, with a video here to accompany this. So let's get to know them a little bit better.
In Riyadh it feels very good, it's very warm, but we have AC here, so we're all good, and yeah, we're ready to play. Impressions of Riyadh, okay, it's similar to Dubai, I like that a lot, and I really like the food, it's very good. Hospitality is very good, it's very clean, everything is nice. So we didn't play for a big prize pool in a while. I don't think it will affect us much, maybe in the first two games or something like this. And I think we don't really care, like offline or online, we're ready to play this tournament. I don't have any expectations. I think we can win it all, but I don't have any expectations. Sumel is here for a few weeks, and he's helping us find our groove as a team. He's a good fit for us, for sure. Sumel brings to the team like new, fresh ideas, which helps us a lot because we are all team, same 4 players, so we kind of needed new ideas, and he's very good at it. So this is the second tournament or big tournament in this region, and I think it's very good to have a tournament like this to attract more viewers in this region, and I think it's just good for the gaming industry in this region. So we have the most legendary players in this region, GH and Miracle. So I think definitely it helps the region to be lifted up, like, and be more competitive in the future. I think there's a lot of talent in this region and in undiscovered, and I think the reason is because it's not famous enough, or there's not enough tournaments. Like there is no platform for these players to show themselves.
Interesting to see his perspective on the region. You know, talks about the lack of platform for MENA. They don't have their own qualifier in many cases. They have to play in Europe. That's ping. You're not really sure where they fit, right? Because Southeast Asia is too far. Europe is too far. I mean, it was always a joke we did. We actually got to cast a lot of the Iranian team that made it to Winter Bears, was it?
Winter Bears?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, and they're part of this like geographical region where you're unsure where to put them, and somehow we decided Western Europe, which is, you know, yeah, Iran, you know, the known country next to Spain and France, right?
Well, what's the ping there? Like 100?
I think they play with 100, 110.
120.
That's rough, that's rough. I remember when I played in a team with GH as well, and his brother, like they always played like 100 plus ping. And I mean, obviously they managed to break through and get to the big stage, but yeah, it's really tough to actually impress on high ping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In their case, like they hold special ties to this region specifically, right, as he was mentioning. Yep. And that's been something that is nice to see, right? Players appreciating the fact that there needs to be more effort they put to the new talent here, like the boosters, which is a huge opportunity for them. They might not do too well this land, but it's a learning experience, isn't it?
No,
yeah, I mean, especially when you're faced up against like pretty much only tier 1 teams, the best teams of like every region, right? It is definitely a tall order, you know. If they can take a win or two, that would definitely be very nice for them, but you're hard pressed to see that they can really do that because it's the top of the top. Like maybe if there were some tier 2 or maybe tier 3 teams here, you know, you would give them a higher chance, but yeah, this tournament is super stacked.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure, and that's the nice part about getting time to do the third-party tournaments, right? You get to do them in different parts of the world, different TOs, and sometimes you get to get some really hype matches, like the one we're about to see.
Yep.
Now.
I can't wait to see the players walk on that stage, but as we get into this match, any quick predictions you guys have? No draft, nothing like that, you know. Who do you think is looking stronger this tournament, Richie?
I mean, Enigma have really been on the rise. I have to say, I was really convinced by their TSM performance. Honestly, if you haven't caught that game, I think that's one series worth watching. And the good news is that it was pretty short, so you can go and get that done in about 35, 40 minutes. I mean,
easy.
You know, and I'm a big TSM fan. I'm a big believer. I think we're going to see a 2-0. I can't say which team we're going to see, but I do think we're going to have a 2-0.
Okay. Black, what about you?
Yeah, I am a big Enigma fan. Like, the entire team is my friend, so I'm a little bit biased in this one. You know, of course, I won't let this show because I'm a professional. But yeah, I would love to see Enigma win 2-0.
Oh, to be fair, we had 7 on this panel. I think every time we talk about OG, he said we. So
that's because he's French. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the big trigger word, right? You can't say the personal pronouns. Those are a big issue. But we do have 5 persons specifically that are gonna be walking on stage right this very moment. They're gonna catch it live on your screens.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، المباراة الأخيرة لليوم الثاني من رياض ماسترز راح تبدأ الآن. وزي ما احنا عارفين المباراة هذه أبدا مو بسيطة، والفرق جدا قريبين مع بعض في النقاط. ما عندنا إلا فريق واحد انديفيتد شفناهم قبل شوي، لكن الآن ودنا نشوف إيش ممكن يقدمون في المباراة الأخيرة اللي فعلا بتكون مميزة. والفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا هو الفريق اللي في المركز الثاني معنا الآن في الجروب حقهم، وخصمهم بيكون هو المركز الأول. فخلونا نشوف إذا يقدرون يعوضون عن خسارتهم في المباريات الماضية ولا لا. رحبوا معنا أعزائنا الحضور المشاهدين بفريق OG.
Well, Amar has definitely got his papers ready to cut deep. Let's see if they can cut deep up against their opponent. Someone who has been hiding from the main stage so far, but not for ill intent. 4-2 already. NIGMA GALAXY take to the stage. First time on the main stage, but clearly the crowd is eager to see them perform. NIGMA currently leading in their group, but OG nibbling at their heels. Let's see if NIGMA can hold that top spot, or if OG is going to be able to snatch it away as we head across to the desk.
أول مرة نشوف معنا أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور فريق نيجما جالكسي يكون معنا في المسرح، لكن بنفس الوقت هم المركز الأول معهم في الجروب، لكن خصمهم في المركز الثاني على طول هم فريق OG. فمين منهم راح يتصدر ومين منهم راح يوقف في نفس مكانه؟ بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. خلونا نروح على طول عند المحللين والمعلقين نتكلم عن المباراة أكثر، ونبدأ جيمنا الأخير اليوم من اليوم الثاني في رياض ماسترز.
Well, now that we've seen the teams, now we know they're confirmed to be here. I don't know weird standings, nothing like that. I don't know, no face thieves. And we're gonna get to see them duke it out any second now. A lot of love for Enigma on this very panel. But what can OG be doing? You know, if they're coming in here, we've seen some Arc Warden strats. What other strats they could be showcasing against Enigma?
Well, actually, not only the Arc Warden, they've also picked the Pangolier, which was kind of a weird pick as well.
Oh, you thought that was weird?
Oh, it's not super standard, is it?
I guess it's,
I guess of the two heroes, Arc Warden and Pango, yeah, I would say the Arc Warden is certainly going to be the exception there, especially because it was the second time they've already played it.
Was it for BZ and the Pango?
Yeah, it was for BZ and Pango in Game 1 versus Liquid, which they 2-0'd.
Yeah, he loves his Pango there.
He is a great Pango, yeah. And that was up against a Luna, partially with Commenda pick. What do you think of the Arc Warden, Bug? You got to cast one of those games. I know you're a big fan.
Initially, it looked not that good because like his team was kind of just getting overrun because of a very greedy pick. He went for like Midas, Travels, and like Mjolnir or Gleipnir. It's a very greedy build-up, but once all the pieces came together, he got a level 25 talent. Like that hero was super broken, and he played it almost perfectly. Like he was never out of position with his main clone. The micro was off the charts. Just overall, looked very amazing. And if they can do it again, maybe they can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, and it looked just completely fantastic as well, even yesterday when they were managed to find the win. OG, that was the first one of the tournaments when they kind of got the Ag Scepter online, and then they started doing the Fountain Farm strategies. That's really classic. When they peak, this OG Dota. But of course,
no mantles, though.
No mantles.
I was disappointed.
No mantles, right, but still a win nonetheless in a pretty crazy game with a BZM actually on that mid lane Invoker, a hero that he's been keen to tank out as well. So OG showing that they're very willing to kind of play with the drafts. Amar even earlier versus Liquid Game 2 playing the Void Spirit offlane, which he used to do quite a bit back when he just transitioned to offlane, I think on one of the earlier iterations of Fisherman's teams. I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
It had
one iterations.
Lots of names.
Yeah. It's interesting because when Void Spirit first came out, everyone kind of unified and said, he's a mid hero. So people were trying as support at the beginning, but then for some reason Eastern Europe was like, he's offlane. Obviously. And Amar played with those teams to begin with, and that's where he learned the idea of Void Spirit offlane. The fact that he's still playing it today is kind of wild, actually.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You got this like shield that blocks damage, so of course it's going to be an offlane. Why not? And to be fair, it can work in the offlane. Of course, your level 6 is going to be much slower, so you don't snowball as hard.
Yeah.
But it's still like the same hero, right? You get up to your Witchblade, you can still soul color support, some cores even.
Yeah, the vision as well that you get, normally in mid Void Spirits, unless they're going for like, I'm going to kill supports all game build with like the Ag Scepter, they're usually not the first ones in.
Yeah.
But on the offlane, you go in, you get a shard earlier, and really, yes, mobility, but also the bigger aspect on that is it's just the vision that you get with all the disseminate circles, allowing the rest of your team to jump in, I think is always kind of nice. I don't know if we'll see it here, but again, that's certainly something to take note of here for OG's lineup in Game 1. But you were speaking earlier about how like Kuro also had some wackier drafts as well.
Yeah, I mean, both the losses they've had that I've seen, they had one carry SF, which is completely out of meta.
Wow.
And they also had a carry Sven, which also lost, of course. Like if you go away from the meta, there's a meta for the reason. Enigma stick to the meta. To be fair though, that SF game wasn't close at all, so they got destroyed in that one. But the Sven game, they were in the lead for most of the game, and then, you know how it is with a Sven. 1 or 2 times you mess up, then suddenly the enemy carry is way stronger than you. You lose the game, but yeah, they're very willing to experiment around as well.
I have heard though that because Sven has a Stormhammer, right? That's a stun, and Kuro is not a big fan of those. I know he drafted a lot of those stunless drafts. He's actually succeeded with those this tournament, hasn't he? A lot of wins with a stunless drafts, quote unquote.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the name of the game so far in this tournament. Like, so many teams just pick run-at-you lineups, and if you have enough damage while they're TPing out, you don't need stuns. You just kill them in their TPs. Like, even Secret, like, they do that all the time.
Of course, and for the name of the game for last Enigma series, it was sustain specifically. Not just damage, but also having that overwhelming sustain. They went with like a Necro, a Bristle, a Wyvern, right? Like, it was just one hero, which was going to be Bryle's Invoker with a Vessel that was trying to stop him from all that heal. I mean, even with a Timber, even with an Enigma for percentage-based damage, even with a Bloodseeker, it was too much. Enigma were just continuing to run at the enemies.
Yeah, just flooding them out of the games. It's, this meta is very interesting because there's so many different strategies that can work, right? Either it's overwhelming damage, overwhelming sustain, or you can just out-team fight them. There's really a lot of different approaches, and all the different teams are showing different approaches.
And the Enigma Bristle has been a staple for a while. I think they were one of the first teams that were doing the Bristle with Io, with the mech build, where you rushed mech before even getting anything else, like no wand, no regen, whatever, and you 100 to... It was mech Holy Locket, that was the build.
Yeah.
And then Bristle would go low, you're like, haha, nope. That hero is incredibly stupid. I have no respect for anyone that tries to do the Bristle.
Which one, Io or Bristle?
The Bristle.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like Io, there's some skill to that, right?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it got nerfed, it got harder now, but when it was like a year ago, where you just went for like Locket mech every game, like, yeah, I'm just gonna tether to this guy all the time. They can try to focus me, but my carry just kills them, But yeah, I mean, it's GH classic anyway. GH loves that hero. So I would love them to pull it out again.
Yeah, that is something that still got respect banned against Enigma throughout most of the DPC, I'd like to say, when they were in Div 1 for sure. So respecting GH, and in general, Enigma has always been a team very fan of the global lineups, aren't they? They've always liked that global presence of the Isle.
Yeah, they played a real mean one versus TSM earlier with Sumail on the Dawnbreaker, and they
global.
And what they used it for actually was global. I'm sure he probably got a couple of kills around the map with it. But what I was really surprised about Enigma's lineup there is that they kind of baited Saberlight to go for he wants to run at enemies with Night Stalker. They let him pick Night Stalker, and then they picked him into Monkey King for Miracle, and then Sumail Dawnbreaker. I mean, just like what's he gonna do, right? Sure, you can fly over the trees, but Monkey's seeing you. He's on top of the trees. Sets up the Wukongs. It was pretty brutal. Brutal.
I mean, Night Stalker hates playing against like any hard physical damage, right? But like just speaking about Dawnbreaker, I would be surprised if we're gonna see many more Dawnbreakers this tournament. Every time any team has it, it has like a ridiculous 15 KDA or something. Like it is just absolutely. Well, I don't like to use the word, but it looks pretty busted. The global presence, all that damage, Starbreaker just taking half your health pretty much throughout the entire game. It's I don't think we're gonna see the whole lot more.
Why don't they ban it more often?
That's a good question, because they're getting first pick by every team.
Yeah, I mean, let's think, right? At least 3 heroes off the bat, I think, have at least some of the highest ban rates in this tournament. Puck, Tiny, what do you think? Timber, not quite Visage, I think.
Timber's a fair amount of respect ban.
That's what I mean, right? That's why I'm bringing it up. I mean, something for Enigma that they have banned out quite a bit, even in their Division 2 season, was Batrider. They just don't want to play against the hero.
Interesting.
Yeah, they've even banned it both games. Oh, sorry, one game versus TSM. They've got a Batrider player.
First phase as well?
Sorry?
They banned it in the first phase?
No, they banned it second phase. But I did kind of look at their contested heroes, and I was like, what is Batrider doing up in there?
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I remember in one of my teams, I'm not going to name anyone, but we always banned Batrider because he couldn't deal with just getting lassoed and getting dragged out of position. Because Batrider is a hero that if you're just slightly over-aggressive, you're dead, right? So maybe they have a player that's like, just get it out of here so I can play the way I want to play. Very possible.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what they decide to ban here. The Razor is another one that's also been very popular.
Oh yes,
the Chinese teams brought that here.
China Razor is it's on fire. It was first banned against LGD and RNG in pretty much every game. Or they just first pick it and win with it.
Yes, and who was it earlier today? Spirit figured out why lots of teams were respect banning that Razor against them as well, as that was used to great effect alongside
The Lightning Revenant is a great hero, great laning. The only weakness it has is like you kind of don't have an offlaner. Like if you feed on Razor, there's not really any way back into the game for your team. But it's very hard to feed on the hero because his laning phase is so strong.
Exactly, right. And usually they get a power spike no matter what. Amar is gonna showcase that if he gets the chance. Do you think, Richie, that for the first 2 bans for Enigma, are gonna be respect bans towards Amar, like some people have been doing, like Timber saw Razor?
I think the Timber's gotta go. I really do think the Timber's gotta go. I mean, he quite literally. I think. In general, right now, a lot of the offlaners, gone are the days of the offlaners, like your Tides. I guess Beastmaster's kind of that hero, but like can just like solo take over a game super early. Visage is kind of being dealt with. Razor in the offlane, I suppose, right, on occasion when he gets his good start. But it just feels like no matter what, like you can talk whatever you want. DOTA into the Timbersaw. What else is another good matchup? Luna, like decent lane matchups.
But like Luna, Gyro, or the classic.
And then every single thing you hear the panelists say is then Timbersaw hits level 6 and then he kicks them out of lane, right? Like it almost always happens without fail. I just don't think you want to give a hero with that kind of, relatively speaking, easy start, get a hero to level 6 and you're online to Amar. I don't think you could do it.
What do you guys think about the Entity, who also made it to the Major, of course? They've had experiments with the safe lane OD. That could potentially be something that can really destroy a Timbersaw.
Oh, that's fascinating. It's like the Witchblade OD build?
Yeah, Witchblade OD. And he goes heavy into the orb, like 4-1-1.
Okay.
And like something against Timber would probably be great, but then you have a safe lane OD instead of like an actual carry. You know?
Instead of someone who can do the efficient thing, which is stack and farm camp. That's the issue.
I guess Monkey King could be like one of the other answers who can actually stand there for a while.
Yeah, but good Timbersaws don't care. You see this a lot. They just cut the lane, they ignore Monkey King completely, and then once they hit 6, goodbye Monkey.
And then, I mean, Monkey, sure, you can stay for a little while.
Man.
But then,
Chakram.
That's the thing. Maybe it's more of a result of these safe laners that just need to get into the jungle and start farming. It's always like the position 5s, like these Wyverns. Not so much the trees anymore, but like these Wyverns, not even Grimstrokes, but like the deep pushers who are like, get out of here, let me get my safe lane farm. now. You know, get into the jungle, start stacking, get moving there. I don't know. Could be a bit of both.
We'll see. The support meta would have to change a little bit to make these Timbers also worse, right? When there was a support meta that had, like, for example, Lich, which has a lot of kill potential, high magical damage, AA, those made the Timbersaw quiver. But in the current situation, oh no, Warlock, he's gonna Shadow Word me.
Very scary. To be fair, Fatal Bonds in a team fight on him could be scary.
Right.
If he gets on his teammates, but usually Timbersaw is just so deep in that Fatal Bonds will never connect to any other hero.
Yeah, and he's still an offlaner that doesn't mind building a Eul's, quite frankly. You know, like it's maybe not the preferred item, especially depending on who the Chad Timbersaw player is. Maybe instead you see like an Abyssal Blade queued up instead.
He has done that, I think.
Yeah, no.
Amar's thing is the Manta. The Manta.
That's right.
He loves that thing. Yeah.
But you know, it's not completely out of the world, right, to pick up that very strong dispel, or even just a Lotus, which is another fantastic item on the hero. So
yeah, that's what a normal Timbersaw player would play, as opposed to Manta on the Timbersaw. That is pretty wild, yeah. But the Bash Shadow Lord became a thing, though, thanks to him, honestly. So I mean, maybe he's just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of this thing, right? Because you know, you've got these like really annoying position 5 heroes, for example, like an Ench, who like just runs into the middle of your team fight, and then because she's gone for like Hurricane Pike and Power Treads, and she has maxed impetus, she's actually doing damage. Like, you have to use spells on this stupid Enchantress hero, who is normally just throwing creeps at you in the lane, right? Yeah. Same thing to this Underlord. Normally, whatever, Pit of Malice, I've got BKB, I got to dispel. Firestorm, I don't care, I'm going to walk over here and dive your backlines. All of a sudden, he's bashing you. Like, what? You have to deal with that in the fight. It becomes like a really big problem and potentially a roadblock, you know? Especially if you're like Kuro and you only draft one stun, now you have to consider stunning an Underlord? What are you going to do against a Puck? What are you going to do against an Ember Spirit, right?
That's a good point, actually. You watch OG and you watch Amar in general, and it's like, it actually reminds me, and this is going to sound like an insult, but it's not. When OpenAI started playing Dota, because it feels like he's just looking at it with eyes that nobody's ever seen. Like, what's the offlane? It's another core. And he started popularizing that. BZM kind of played, like, adapted to that. Usually teams, for example, we talked about the super secret, right? The secret that dominated the regions forever. Yeah. And they were well known because Nisha and Matulman could change win conditions, and that was rare. It's hard to do. And OG seems to just do it with ease. The only other team that did it consistently was Liquid, the old Liquid. The originally
the
Alliance.
Liquid or the
no, the Liquid with Insania.
The after one,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of
Liquid. I was gonna say this Liquid or
that Liquid.
Not this Liquid.
No, not this Liquid. Okay, got it. Okay.
But I think this Liquid does it now as well, right? Sumail and Miracle can both play that win condition role. They're both pretty experienced. They can both play that Space Creator because they both played carry and mid, so they have that versatility a lot, which could deal with OG's style as well.
Yeah, I mean, OG, I would say, is usually pretty dependent on Amar doing well. Like, I usually see them not do very well when Amar gets shot down on lane, which, frankly, almost never happens.
Yeah.
But like when it happens, it just feels like, oh my god, we gotta get Amar back into the game, and then they struggle around trying to get him into the game. So maybe they just pick like a really strong safe lane, which I've also been doing some thinking. What if they do with Timbersaw, and doesn't Bloodseeker do really well with this hero overall? Like, the lane is pretty simple, Rupture is great against him, right? And we've seen kind of like the uprise of that Bloodseeker lately.
Yeah, I mean, I would generally agree with that, right? I think the only issue is like when you do end up doing this thing, it's like you end up addressing what is essentially just an offlaner and a space creator with your safe lane carry pick, you know. And if the Bloodseeker is not right for the other heroes, it's like
you can't grieve your game with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then Amar's already won. You know what I mean? He'll sit there happily and rupture himself to death if it means that it's a completely free puck or whatever game, right?
That's true. Yeah, it's a rough one, right? Because Bloodseeker does have some just impossible core-to-core matchups. Like, you pick those cores that can just stand their ground against him, and then he runs away.
You have the Void, he just stands in front of him. Yeah, rupture me, bro. I'm gonna bash you. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna time walk away. You can do nothing about it. It's definitely, I know. I would hate playing against that Mar, to be honest. Like, it's kind of like when I played a lot against Ice as Ice.
Oh, he does have that style.
He loves his Timbersaw, and he's just always in your face, man. I hate this kind of players. Like, when you're a carry player, you just want to farm in peace, but that guy they want to bully you to the jungle at level 3. And you're like, dude, get out of my face. You're diving me at level 3. I just want to farm in peace.
Yep. You 7th pick AM, and then they snap 8th pick to Slardar, and you're like, oh, here we go.
Slardar or some...
NP was a nice Ice one as well.
It's,
I mean, he is a definition to me of someone who has Schadenfreude. You know, he just enjoys your suffering. That's the only thing he's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He grieves his own lane to grieve your own more. Like he does that. Like he misses an entire wave just so you stand at the tower and look at it.
He'll, you know, you're gonna, oh no, I'm dying. He starts the bait TP, and then oh, he can kill him. You commit the stun, and then you go, oh, what have I done? You know, and he kills you instead. Those are my favorite. But then he doesn't have TP, and he's got no HP and mana.
The bait TP was, I've never seen a player do a bait TP so often as ISI.
Yeah.
It was his play, man. I feel like Amar wouldn't do that because he does like to be more of a dominant player, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have that SCA style of sacrificing for the team as much.
I think Amar wants to crush you.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He does.
And after he crushes you, then he will like make fun of you.
Yeah, and then he'll drop some mantles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But Ice is like, he crushes you, and then if you have a chance to fight back, he will still do something stupid, you know? Like he doesn't go for the full crush.
Right. He likes to see you, live still.
Yeah.
He's fine.
It's kind of like a... he's hunting for sport. And Amar's more like... Amar like wants to kill you, but Ice is like, yeah, you can run, you can hide.
Ice he wants to play the most dangerous game, and that's killing safe laners in this meta.
And Amar's just hungry. He's just hungry for food, man.
You know, it reminds me a lot, you know, speaking of like really quite notable offlaners like Universe, right? He'd always try and like push the line and push the line and push the line and see how much he could really get away for. I think like really kind of changed the way I think a lot of the offlane was played, you know, back in the day.
And I think Mind Control might be the one that fulfills that role a little bit, right? He is definitely the pushing the line offlaner a little bit extra, right? Of course, he's known for being a really impactful offlaner, but he was one of the older stacks, right? One of the guys that just he brings it a little bit extra every single time, and he always won with his map control skills, especially. I always remember when in Mind Control, I had a friend who played with him. He was not a relevant pro player, but he did that a little bit. He was a tier 2, tier 3. My name is Slashstrike. And he scouted Mind Control a while back, quote unquote. And the play that he remembers from Mind Control, I thought, okay, this guy's going to win TI someday. This is like, hey, TI 4, TI 3 era. So this is before Dota, people were like very good.
Yeah.
He remember Mind Control, he was playing with a Magic Wand, right? He was being chased. And he was most likely going to survive because the Magic Wand had 20 charges. But he was being chased over to his tier 2, and not until the very last second, until the auto attack was in the air, did he actually activate the Magic Wand, baiting the enemy into overextending. And that, back in the TI 3, TI 2 era, was like unthinkable. People didn't even consider it.
Magic Wand baits.
Yeah, I know.
How could that happen?
Now it's like, you see 2K players do this, but back then, that was actually like a high-level skill, and that's when he thought, really, he'll win TI. And I don't know, man. Magic Stick is not that good, but okay.
That reminds me exactly of like when I was standing here with Seb, we were just looking through some like super old footage, like pre-TI2 of him and I. We were so bad. We were so bad. Like, I just saw myself right-clicking a hero for like 10 seconds without any regard for anyone else. I just get killed like an idiot. You know, and then he does the same thing. We're like, how bad were we back then?
Yeah.
Like, how is this possible?
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I started only watching Dota around TI4, TI5. Like I've already admitted, right?
So you already went so you came into the game real good.
No,
yeah, skill level was much higher.
I was amazing. I was already, you know, 6K. No, but when I like went back and like watched the highlights of like TI1 without the nostalgia glasses, and it's just like a Pudge tanking like tier 3 tower shots and then like hitting a hook, and it's like, oh, that's not bad. And Pudge dies. I'm like, what is going on?
It was wild, man.
It was a different day. It was a different day.
You remember like the Dandy Ravage steal? Like the Tidehunter just didn't use any spell. He's just like Ravage and all right.
Yeah.
And then he steals the Ravage like 5 seconds later. Wow, Dandy with the Ravage steal. Like,
I mean, and then you think about how far the game has progressed and how some of the greatest minds like Kuro here, you know, have seen that, have experienced it, and they can take all of that in when they head into drafts, as we will soon.
Yep, someday.
You know, it's kind of really awe-inspiring how far the game.
Wait, I forgot. Is Kuro still? Did he still go to every TI?
No, he missed last one.
He missed the last one.
Same as Puppy, right?
No, Puppy's been to every TI.
So Puppy is the one who went to every TI.
Yeah, he's also been he's placed every single position at TI.
Yeah, I know that.
Whoa. He's got to make it this year.
Yeah.
Because now there's 20 spots.
Oh, it's true. And now he has to get dead last. Just for the record. I don't think Puppy is going to like that.
No, imagine after a performance like this, they're most likely going to crush the qualifiers. And then they get last place, and they don't even get in.
No, I mean, I wouldn't want that for him, obviously. No. Right, of course, and in the form that they are playing, they are the team to beat here, seemingly. I mean, you handle Tundra like that with a stand-in, okay, there's some reservations, there's some questions to be asked. You take down PSG LGD, you're turning some heads, you know? They're walking into breakfast and people go, oh man, you know, don't discuss the strats. Let's keep the voices down. You know?
I've been doing that ever since. I do that with every pro player. I don't know about you. They all starstruck me. I do it with Black. I still think he's playing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I might be. Who knows? You know?
Oh, right, yeah.
Behind the scenes.
LFT at Black Dota 2.
Yeah. No advertisements here, of course.
Of course.
We're professionals. We keep that for after the broadcast. But yeah, I mean, you know, I've seen Puppy today in the lift. I've already said that during my cast, but I'll say it again because why not? I asked him, what happened to you guys? Right? How did you suddenly enter beast mode? And he also said it on the stage already. He's like, yeah, I think we should have done that like in the DPC already. I don't really know what went wrong. And he just like confidently looks at me, he's like, yeah, I'm not surprised we're doing well. We were supposed to. Like, okay.
Yeah, that was the plan all along, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty dumbfounded to be honest, because they did not look good at DPC at all, and now they look like amazing. And he just says, yeah.
Well, I mean,
we knew that was going to happen.
I think it's a similar story to NIGMA, right? Especially last the tour, what would that been? The spring tour, right? Where they do end up dropping down into Division 2. They pick up Sumail, obviously, during the break, right after the Stockholm Major. I mean, during the Stockholm Major. And they basically cruise through Division 2, you know, let's be honest. I mean, Team Ball, they gave them a bit of difficulties, right? It was an effort was made. However, Enigma still coasts 7-0 all the way through. But, I mean, you know, like Seb was saying, these guys, they show up to lands and they just kick it into a different gear.
Yeah. They're still, I mean, the Enigma has been consistent in their storyline. That's been their consistent storyline, which is somehow at lands they win.
That's right.
And one of the things that I've heard a lot of pro players talk about is how Enigma's style of run at you, which is what they're drafting after all, is just incredible at LAN. Because the pressure you feel when that happens at LAN is much higher than in online mode.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, every player, no matter like how many tournaments you won, no matter who you are, you're always going to feel that pressure when they suddenly like push you into a corner. You have no space. You feel like they're kind of suffocating you on the map.
Right.
And then you try to get out, and then suddenly you are forced to make mistakes, and they will punish you for each and every mistake. It can be very brutal.
It can be very brutal. That's what Enigma's been abusing. I think OG is one of those teams, the older squad, mind you, that also did a lot of running at you, choking you to death. We'll see if they're capable of doing this with the new OG, though, as we... Oh, that draft is so elusive. We've been looking for it for a while, and it just disappears off the screen. And
we're gonna have it anyway.
Yeah, we who needs a draft anyway, right? Who needs the game? I sure would like one though.
But you know, Seek and Strike, who else likes to run at opponents and is owning everyone in this tournament?
Who's that?
Secret.
Yeah?
I feel like Enigma and Secret are actually drafting in a pretty similar style.
Classic.
Because Secret has been doing a little bit more, has been a little bit more successful with it. But yeah, like maybe, you know, Papi Kuro, good friends, maybe they're onto something.
Oh, you think they talk strats?
I hope so.
Or you think they just have like-minded
They have been playing together for so long, they've known each other for so long. I'm sure there is a lot of similarities with their brain waves.
Like biologically speaking?
Yeah, like if you bring them to like whatever, like science lab and do like the test, they would like, how can that be? They're the same person, but they look different.
You ever see like Star Trek: The Next Generation with like the binars, where they just kind of like look at each other and then they communicate and they come back with like complex thoughts and they finish each other's sentences, you know?
Well, that's what happened with me and
Black?
Right, exactly. Yes. Thank you so much, Richie. Yeah.
I got you.
3 years of living with you, by the way. And still nothing.
That's always a pleasure.
It's terrible. Anyway, we get to see a little bit of Seeker. Let's talk about, I don't know, I guess Enigma again. we only have 2 teams. There's only so much I can do. Enigma, when they did the TI7 thing, we talk about the history of DOTA, right? Each team contributes a little bit to the history of DOTA, right?
Yeah.
You know, Alliance brought the idea of like different playstyle with a split push, we talk about Newbie and their efficiency of Chinese Dota. Enigma, they brought a greater understanding of the map in TI7. And ever since, you saw people playing the map 10 times better.
And buybacks.
Yeah.
That was the buyback.
That's true. It was buybacks and understanding of the map.
Do you remember Buyback City in TI7? Like, what was it? Like, no cooldown or something like that? It would just, like, cost your... No, it was a cooldown. It was, like, 5 minutes.
Yeah, was short a cooldown?
Compared to the 7 or, like, 4. You would get that debuff.
I think there was, like, you can't earn gold anymore.
Yeah, it was, like, minus 90% gold. It was, like, basically no gold for, like, 3 minutes.
Which was pretty brutal.
But
it was the cooldowns. And they would just, like, throw in mind control on whatever green hero he was playing. And then he would die. And he'd just, like, buy back, TP back into the fight, and then fight for Roche. That was really when we kind of started this Roche song and dance that we all kind of typically allude to, and we just call Roche, first Roche, second Roche, and how impactful that's become now with the addition of shards and cheese and all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting on that game, and the reason why we're actually not starting is because we're having server issues. And we're going to go talk to server right now to see if he can start the game. So we're going to take a small break, and hopefully we can fix this and come back as soon as possible. Welcome back, guys. I know, it seems unbelievable, but we actually have a game. The first game between OG and Enigma is just seconds away from starting. We get to see a draft, we get to see some DOTA.
Oh, I think I saw a Timbersaw pop up there.
Did you see a Timbersaw pop up there?
I think I might have seen a Timbersaw.
But was that a ban?
Oh, look at that. The Timbersaw is here for Amar. They've banned the Razor and the Viper instead.
Razor over Timbersaw, huh?
I mean, they must have. There's no way they didn't expect that. So
No,
probably they have something prepared. Probably.
What makes you think Razor's a more valuable ban than Timbersaw? What does that indicate to you, Black?
I mean, definitely in this tournament, I would say it is, just because of how many teams play the Razor really well.
Okay.
But against Amar in particular, I feel like Razor has a lot more like weaknesses than his Timbersaw. Like, no matter what you pick against his Timbersaw, he always finds a way to play around. I don't know how many Timbersaw games he has, but I'm sure he has the most out of any player, probably. Or maybe maybe Whisper has more. But
yeah, it can't be. He's not that old. There needs to be a time where he's sleeping or something.
I think Amar, he used to be, I think, quite well known for the Razor, if I'm not mistaken. That used to be kind of his hero of the month for a while.
Razor and Huskar were the two heroes.
Razor and Huskar, that's right. But now it'll be the Timber instead. And here's a potential solution. OG actually, their somewhat unique ban is the Furion. Now, he's not a stranger to the first phase bans, especially if you're playing against a certain muscly man named Dehawk. But
another muscly man named Mind Control.
That is also very true, right? But in this case, that is going to allow the puck through. I think a hero we've not really seen a whole lot outside of that first phase ban.
Yep, exactly. I mean, this is the idea behind letting the Timbersaw through. They thought, I mean, Puck technically does have a lot of catch against the Timbersaw, silence, magical damage against Razor, not as effective.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly when TSM played it, right, I forgot in their opening match versus Liquid, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was TSM Liquid.
Liquid had some solutions for it, right? I mean, this hero...
Skyreth Mage, Nightstalker.
That's right. This hero has been absolutely tearing apart pretty much every single region of the DPC, right? We all know what the hero does, we all know what the hero wants to do, and we all know that the hero does not want to build a BKB, right? You can very much exploit that.
Yeah, and one way to exploit it is potentially snowballing Void Spirit, which honestly, for me, it's always like a double-edged sword, right? If you get coiled as Void Spirit, you're probably just going to die in a team fight. But if you can get on top of the puck, then you just kill him. And it's always like a little bit of a weird answer. You kind of win the lane, but then you feel like uncomfortable for a little while until you get your first item. Then you feel strong against puck again. So that matchup is very, very skill-dependent, and obviously BZM, he's very, very good, but he's playing against the one king.
That he is. The king back to mid, and the king's going to have to make a lot of space here because they're going to pick some Wisp partner here. Not quite famous for their ability to show up and fight earlier. Generally, you want the Wisp to flash farm an item or two, speed up the timings, and then start showing up to fight. So it's crucial here that the king actually delivers and makes a bit of space to ensure that they're not pressured too early on. Yeah. It never feels really great playing a Wisp draft and having to use relocate level 1 to try and save your teammates. That's a 3.5-second delay on that bad boy.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, though, we have to consider they're both mid laners, and we know what that says about their ego. So whenever you ask him, it's like, what do you think is better, Void Spirit or Puck? They always ask, who am I playing? So we'll see. Maybe BZM just thinks he's going to be the better laner.
Best Zoomer mid?
Yeah, best Zoomer mid. I don't know if that's true, but that's what we were told his name's supposed to stand for.
I think he told us that. I think it was a tweet.
It was a Creepwave manager that told us that when he was playing on Creepwave back then.
Yeah. I remember we tweeted at him, and I was like, what does BZM stand for? Best Zoomer mid.
Yeah, well, he's certainly one of the best mids out there. He's definitely the best Zoomer mid right now. And we'll see if he can beat the puck. Void Spirit as well, good not just for the puck, but also for the IO, right? An easy hero to catch, easy hero kill. Is that going to be able to stop the GH IO, though, Black?
I mean, it really depends on how good of a game he has. Like, I even want to see his itemization, because like some Void Spirits like to really go into the Yule Scepter against puck to have this easy setup. So maybe if he gets that, it's also really good against the IO. But I'm just a little bit worried for the IO, because you have a Timbersaw you're playing against. If he gets on top of you, you get absolutely shredded. And yeah, if they don't pick like a hero that can actually save the IO, he might be in trouble himself.
Yeah, for now they've banned out only a couple of the traditional Wisp laning partners. Luna being the big one, right? Gyro, I almost say like nigh unpickable, but with a Wisp to enable him into a Timber lane, that doesn't sound too impossible. Am I wrong? Like, that's what I always say. You got to pick a Gyro into a good matchup with a Wisp. here we go. Here it is. I mean, maybe OG have got a plan for it. Maybe they think it's really weak. But either way, they're going to ban out the AM and the Ursa instead.
Monkey King's still in the pool, though. They wanted to try that.
Yeah, Monkey King. Miracle also loves to play as Monkey King.
Yeah.
And we briefly touched on that. Like, you won't really be able to kill the Monkey King or harass him out of lane anymore, but like, I don't think that Amar's going to get too pressured by it either. Like, he knows how to play against it. Again, he has so many games on his Timbersaw. You can counter him. He will find a way to play around it.
Yeah, I mean, when you just firstly blind pick the Timbersaw in all of your games, you're bound to play into some difficult matchups. But that's how you learn. That's how you learn. If you only pick Timbersaw last and you always make sure it's a good Timbersaw game, I mean, you know, you're not going to really end up having to face any hardship and learn how to fight through it and what to do and when to put more points into Timber Chain, when you can put a point into Whirling Death. It's a pretty big aspect of the hero. He's not just a free win. Amar makes it look easy. It is not. You try buying an Abyssal Blade on that hero and see how easy it is.
Or a Manta style.
Or a Manta style, or a Satanic. Or
they picked up a Nyx here on the Enigma, so...
Yeah.
I'm checking. Dawnbreaker is not banned, so also simple preemptive pick, making sure that could be a carry or even 5 Dawnbreaker, but what's the value of the Nyx aside? He's good against Void Spirit?
He's good against Void Spirit. He's very good against Timber to intercept that chain. Yeah. Also, mid-late game mana burns are amazing. And straight off, we always see like the Hex answer to Nyx, right? You Hex him before he gets the Carapace out, you burst him down.
And against Puck too?
Against Puck too, yeah. It's always the Shaman or the Lion. And they choose to go for the Lion over the Shaman. Personally, I like Shaman a lot more than Lion. I feel like Lion is like a discount Shaman.
Yeah, Secret kind of showed us how good it could be as well, especially for the Serpent Wards. I think Serpent Wards did the majority of the pushing.
Right.
And right now, that is a little bit of an issue here for OG's lineup as far as the pushing power, right? Timber, yeah, he can frontline. He does it anyway. He can get the Flamethrower, and that's something. It ain't bad, but whereas the Lion still brings you the Hex, Shaman also has one as well as the pushing potential. And the Roche potential, still very much a real thing.
My question though for you guys is, where does the damage come from? They have no damage. Nyx, Io, Puck, like this Timbersaw, if it gets one hood, it's nothing.
That's true. Now that's what they need to draft, and that's the damage.
There it is.
Okay. That's the ultimate Timbersaw.
So is that like
it is. And yeah, the Vendetta is instant pure damage as well, right? So no longer going to be reduced by all that armor that Timbersaw has, even if he's at max stack. So, I mean, not impossible. You're right. Before the Lesh, they needed something specifically bespoke for the Timbersaw pick.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's also going to effectively deny pick a lot of the illusion heroes that would otherwise, you know, have been pretty decent against like the single target of a Nyx.
But sorry, I just want to question. I want to go back to a point, Black. You were saying, what do you think, carry or offlane, Leshurk?
Oh,
it's
or is it offlane
could
Puck,
be offlane Puck potentially. I know Mind Control plays there, but I also know that Miracle loves his Leshurk. But I also know that Sume loves his Leshurk. So
yeah, he does.
who's gonna get it? Honestly, carry Lesh, we have seen it many times. It can work, but you have to play for that snowballing, which can work with a Puck. And maybe he will play like a more off-lane carry kind of ish hero.
Even in the mid lane, honestly, with the changes to Bloodstone and 731D E we're in.
Yeah.
The most recent patch, the Bloodstone.
Oh, the please use this item buff.
Yes, the please use this item buff. It's been getting nudge and change, and now it gives you an incredible amount of spell lifesteal.
Yeah.
You buff that now with the Wisp on his shard as well, which also buffs your spell amplification, therefore giving more. I mean, we've seen this before, right?
It's true. You loves this.
Yeah, they love this. Arkosh Gaming, I can't believe I'm invoking that name on this panel. Also, really love to run this. I mean,
that's not a good sign.
It's not a terrible idea though.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you go for the Eternal Shroud as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You get the amplification, and this might be a game where you can get away with like no BKB, just because you have the IO to protect you, and you have the lockdown coming from the Nyx and Puck.
Yeah. OG need to solve this with some physical damage now, right?
Yeah. But a lot of physical damage heroes like are already banned or are not great against Leshurk plus IO. Like you can pick a Terrorblade who can shred a Leshurk, but vice versa, the Lesh can also just run you over.
Right. Is there any carry you can think that's solid here, doesn't risk too much? Or do you think OG could play it risky? Because they have been playing risky. That Arc Warden shows they're not afraid to try it out. So maybe it could be a Terrorblade game?
It could be. I also thought about the Bristleback potentially, but you have the Nyx already, which is super annoying. Like Nyx covers a lot of Leshurk's weaknesses, honestly. It really does.
Yeah, if it weren't for this pesky Nyx assassin, perhaps the Arc Warden might have been another option. I mean, the double does die quite easily, and they hunt him real well, but they've picked it. I mean, and that's a hero nobody is touching these days. So.
Yeah, I mean, Arc Warden technically can deal with the Nyx. The only problem is the amount of mental power you have to expend, because you have to essentially set up the Spike Carpus yourself, then have your clone with some sort of save, force step yourself because you're looking in the right direction. Like, it's not an easy thing to do.
No, certainly not. But I have a feeling that's like kind of what the Arc Wardens really thrive on. You know, picking the Arc Warden when he's not meta into these quite difficult matchups when Ice Frog has nerfed him for 2 years steady now for some reason, just to spite him. I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but just because it's OG, I'll put it out there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they haven't just picking Arc Warden whenever. He is fantastic against Leshrac, though, I will say. The current iteration.
Yeah.
Lesh is a very... Well, he's mobile, right? But he runs at you. You spark rates all around. He doesn't run at you anymore.
Yeah. And also the shard is not bad against Lesh, right? You can just kind of pop him out. Boop.
That's true.
Push
It's
him away.
very annoying. Also gives you magic resist, actually.
Yeah.
So
40% even is
it's
kind of
wild.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
They banned Slaughter and DP though. That could mean that they wanted to pick something like a Bristleback, or they just banned it because it's super strong with the IO.
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid, okay.
I like that. I like that quite a bit. Yeah, there's some damage issues for Enigma now, aren't there?
Yeah.
Chewing through this bear, especially when Lone Druid gets off true form, it'll be even difficult to take him down.
You know what destroys Lone Druid though?
What's
like
that?
the axe of Leshrac, the Nihilism, both heroes turn into like ghost form. That's like the new up-and-coming pub build right now, where they just built like this axe and Bloodstone, Eternal Shroud, run in.
I feel like it ain't that good because, I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong. That's very, very good. We don't see that egg so much. I really want it to be good. I'm in the same boat as you. But the Savage Roar just seems like a solution, right? You're not going to be silenced unless the puck's on top of you. And then Lesh gets out of the AoE, and then Bear is free to do his thing again. Just, like...
Well, we can still pick a carry here that solves this issue, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, it's going to be an offlaner that solves this issue.
Okay.
So they have flexed then this Leshrac.
I mean, I don't know if it's flexing. It was always weird.
Yeah.
I think it's carry Lesh.
I think it's got to be carry Lesh in the mid-pack. So they're playing all for tempo. Which, honestly, is not the worst idea because they're not really on a timer, right? They're playing against the Lone Druid who, yes, he will have a lot of damage in like the mid-game, but if you survive their timing, I should believe Nigma's late game is a little bit stronger even.
Yeah, because their team fight's looking a bit better. And they also have this classic combo of Nyx Darkseer, right? Vacuum into Impale. Always works.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, that's real good. You know, he's not maybe as best suited as, say, the Clockwork in terms of actually utilizing Ion Shell in the laning stage. But that is a much better combo into the late game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wondering then, seeing these two drafts, Black, any predictions?
I like Nigma's draft a lot. Like, even though OG's draft looks very smart, very finesse, you know, like, I don't know if they can withstand the overrunning power.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern as well. But, you know, I've seen worse games for this Timbersaw here for Amar, and yet he always prevails. So I'm going to go with OG in game one.
All right. Well, we're going to have to see what our casters have to say. I think one of our casters might be pretty happy with being able to cast this game. So let's get to them and see what they have to say for this first game between OG and Enigma.
Thank you very much, Avo. Yeah, I'm joined here by Seb. We're doing the OG series. I feel like I don't even need to ask you your prediction.
Obviously, you're rooting for OG here.
Yeah, but if there were no names on the draft, who are you picking?
I think I would still go for OG.
Okay.
I think the Enigma draft is very funky. I'm very excited to see how it's going to unfold, but maybe a little bit too crazy to my taste.
Right.
I'm trying to not be biased
You
here.
definitely called the Timber pick while we were waiting for the delays to get passed by. And when you can kind of predict it yourself, I would assume that maybe Enigma can as well. Do you think they drafted well enough to handle what Amar can do with this hero? Like they were saying on the panel, it's like you can shut him down, but it feels like he always powers himself up, and shutting him down isn't exactly shutting him down.
I mean, I would say so in the sense that, you know, they have like heroes that are notoriously good against Timber. In the Nyx, obviously, to bring their control, and then they have this like immense amount of magic damage. Leshrac, Darkseer, Puck, Nyx, even the IO overcharge. To be fair, I don't think we've seen enough IO Lesh. It's a very, very potent combo, and maybe even busted if it's, you know, pushed to the limits. And I can't think of a better duo than Miracle and GH to kind of do that.
Yeah.
They're so used to playing, you know, IO combos together. We'll see. Is it strong enough to kind of cut through a Timber with a hood? I'm actually not sure.
I'm wondering if maybe they use that IO Lesh, cut down these buildings, cut down OG's map, like try to just choke him out and restrain what seems to be the never-ending farm that OG gets.
Yeah.
Thankfully, no Arc Warden in this game, but you know, there is a lot of heroes here that can take advantage of the farm. And I'm wondering about this Lone Druid because, like, we don't see it that much. Or at least from what I've seen in the Chinese region, this hero gets picked like twice maybe. completely different elsewhere, I would assume. But was that the final pick you were expecting? Is that something that, like, even if it wasn't to your expectations, something you can agree with?
Yeah, I think it's a very good pick, actually, this game. I think it's a brilliant pick. They kind of lack damage. I mean, of course, they have damage, but, you know, they have to get through the bear. Even the hero himself is quite tanky. I think Savage Roar is also very strong against these heroes, especially versus tether targets. It's going to break tether. It's going to bring the physical damage that you kind of need. You know, when you have Timber, you're going to go for objectives and kind of force them to fight into the Timber when they don't want to, because Laundry is going to be taking the towers if you don't do so. I think it's a good pick, and you know, I'm quite surprised at seeing the Darkseer picked into the Laundry. Usually it's a bit of a tough lane, because then you just get bullied out of the lane with Darkseer, and you don't really have a go if the Laundry player decides to ever skill the Savage Roar. Then, you know, your go with the shells, that takes a lot of resources, a lot of mana. You just get roared away, and it feels kind of bad. So, good pick, in my opinion. I think we're going to see Enigma play really fast-paced. You know, I look at this lineup, and I see, you know, the IOLesh running around, having the Nyx and the Puck, looking for pickoffs constantly, Relocate being ready. And then Darkseer fits in really well, because he's going to be, you know, safely shoving the waves in with the Ion Shells on the creep waves. So that gives you info, right? Because you get the waves pushed into your face by the Puck and the Darkseer, and you have this Nyx kind of lurking. It's a bit scary, because you kind of want to group up, right? Or you're going to get picked off.
Right, so hitting that timing on the 6, seeing what the Darkseer can do. Do you change the build for the Darkseer? Like, you're saying that maybe the Darkseer kind of gets a little bit countered here. We've seen Ags a lot on these Darkseers. That obviously gives a little bit of health when you're putting those Ion Shells out there. It's something that I believe Secret was doing, and you know, they have like this ultimate healing draft under wraps right now. But like, does Darkseer change to more utility? Is he staying away from that Ags, or is that still standard, at some point needs to be in the arsenal?
I mean, Ags is good for sure. I mean, if you think about Enigma's lineup, I see a lineup that's really gonna run at you, right? You're gonna have the Leshrac running in, tethered, Darkseer surging himself in, the Puck also in your face. So the Ags adds on top of that, you know, tankiness for the whole team, several Ion Shells going on, that also helps. You know, to me, it's all gonna come down to, do they have enough damage to take down these really tanky cores of OG in the Timber, with a Hood most likely, and the Laundry? I think he could even consider buying a Vessel. I know it's a little bit crazy, but Darkseer players do like going for Urn, as in, you know, like a casual item. The build-up is very nice for the lane. And then Vessel would be the item that would make sure that cores such as Laundry or Timber or Ench, that are really based on the healing mechanism, is just completely countered. And then for sure you're going to be able to cut through them. So, I mean, he has a lot of options to go for. I think Darkseer is one of these heroes where you can buy literally any item almost in the game and make it look good. So, obviously, Mind Control, one of the better Darkseer players out there. So he has a lot of experience, and I'm sure he'll make the hero look very good.
For sure. And then obviously someone who plays the hero really well is Amar on the Timber. And it seems like a lot of times when he plays the Timber, he's kind of like that main guy. He's getting a lot of the farm. He's sitting top of the net worth. I almost hate to ask this question. Does he tone it back a little bit this game? Does he give up some of that farm towards the rest of his team? Because he finds it somewhere. I don't know. Sometimes he isn't even stealing it from his teammates. He's stealing it just like from everybody else. Enigma's not getting it, or whoever you're playing at the time. It's like somehow he manages to stay top of the net worth. I need to start watching a lot of those replays and just seeing how he's moving around the map. And
that sounds a lot like an Amar Timber, what you just described. And I think if anybody's going to have a say about it, it's got to be Enigma. You know, they are the one that are going to try to stop him. Whether they can or not is yet to be seen. You know, it's a lot about this IOLesh and how well they're able to execute the lane. Lesh versus Timber is all about who gets level 6 first. Because if Lesh does get level 6 before the Timber, it might get really hard for Timber to even stay in the lane. If it's the other way around, then he might kick Lesh away from the lane. So I'm looking at what Taiga is going to also decide to do, and how much he's going to be able to prioritize XP on the Timber Saw.
Yeah, so we'll see how these lanes end up going once we eventually get to them. We've still got a little bit to go. Doesn't really look like, at least for the moment, that OG are going to wrap or go for something pre-minute 1, but Enigma's up here just in case. And they've got a pretty solid level 1 kill lineup just to make sure. And I think, at least from the looks of it and the way that they've set up, OG are kind of aware of that. They know that these stuns exist. They know that the damage is there.
And yeah, he's seen right now on Puck. The ward did scout him, so we have, like, OG has perfect information on what might be happening, and definitely they don't want to run into that. Like, as you said, you know, whoever runs there just dies.
And they actually do something interesting with Misha and Taiga. They go all the way the opposite way around. So they're kind of, OG's also kind of finding their way. Maybe it's like, oh, well, you know, Enigma, they didn't get what they wanted. They come back towards their side of the map, and we just catch them, which is kind of what they've done here with Mind Control. We'll see if they can get this kill in the Darkseer. The BZM nearby with an Aether Remnant. As long as he lands that, it's first blood secured, and that's exactly what it is. So not only did they read the lineup for that first little potential kill that comes from that lineup from Enigma, but they even countered it, and they did it perfectly.
And he even gets the D ward because, you know, Patience, we placed the ward first and we saw them run in, and now Taiga just placed a sentry. He might die for it, maybe? No, very nice stun. He's gonna get away. So we also got the mid ward, which is a big deal, very big deal. This Lion is very, very rich, you know. First blood plus the ward, like he's already rocking the boots, so living the life.
Yeah, that's one of the things you and Black were talking about. I was spectating this conversation and learning a lot. When you buy boots that early, you gotta have that mindset of, okay, now I've got boots. I can't just run up and because I'm faster and die. You've got to use it. And what's the way that maybe you see Taiga getting that done?
I mean, Taiga's job right now in this game is to make sure they don't shut down Mar, and at the same time leave him as much XP as he can. It's really the XP race between the Leshrac and the Timber. The Leshrac weakness that he has a Wisp that is not as good as a Lion to, of course, kind of leave the lane, right? Wisp is designed so that he tethers his partner and stays with him. So they're going to try to force Taiga to... They should try to force Taiga to share... Oh, he might actually be dead here. A really good stun from Miracle.
Landed right on the edge, and Taiga getting down to one shot left, and GH gets that kill. Amar actually took a little bit of damage too on the beginning of that, and if he had gotten hit by that stun, his life might have been in a little bit more danger than it is already. Courier was close, so that'll start to... I think it did deliver his boots over, so it's not like it's in that weird little no man's land. And then we're taking a look up top here and over mid. Like, do either of these matchups, the top or the mid, really stand out at you as something that can be a lot of kills?
I think the mid matchup that we're looking at right now, like the Void Spirit versus Puck, it's a very high skill matchup, and I've seen it go both ways. So it seemed very even right now if you look at the last hit. So far so good. As top, yeah, this Nyx seems to be in big trouble.
Oh yeah, Kuroki getting slowed down thanks to the help of Misha, but a two-man stun and that Impale might be enough to just walk on away.
Very nice.
Misha doesn't have the impetus.
Very nice skill casting from Kuro. I mean, this was a tough one to get off, but he did very nicely. No entangle, obviously, that comes into play, but yeah, he's gonna live.
So far, so good. Able to get away. We've seen Impale and Earth Spike, just multiple heroes every time. Like, these guys are ready with it, and we don't really see Lion too much. He seems to be one of those supports that have kind of fallen out of favor for other ones, but like, if you're OG, what's bringing you that mindset? Like, hey, I can put Lion back into this lineup and make it show its value.
He can be a bit of a weak laner, but when you lane with Timber, you have more freedom to pick the hero that you want, so that's one argument. And also, they saw Puck pretty early. Lion, obviously, you know, a hero that Puck has to really worry about. So does Nyx. Obviously, Carrot Pace is a very hard, you know, spell to work around, but Hex is the best answer, because then you just Hex the Carrot Pace and you can wait out for the stun. So yeah, Nyx and Puck, you think of Lion.
Stun out through on a Miracle, but now Taiga needs to run.
He'll probably die here.
He's got the Hex, but he doesn't have the life, and Miracle gets a kill over in the bottom lane, so he's 1-0-1, and this Lion dying a couple times. Obviously, sucks to give away those kills, but he also got that first blood, he got the D-Ward, the gold. It's going to stay at where he should be in terms of net worth. The question is, can he kind of keep his life? And at what point does Lion kind of like think, okay, Amar's here, can he sustain by himself? Can I move around the map? Can I go mid, maybe top? Try and find some kills with the rest of my team.
Ideally, it would be the level 5 on Timber. I think before level 5 is a bit hard for him to fully sustain, and Lion's going to keep looking at it. He could decide to leave now, but if he does, he might, like, I mean, now the lane is in a position where he can, but if he leaves too early, I mean, yeah, we see the rune control. Probably Lion's going to want to join that. We already see, you know, I mean, supports are quite busy. You have the Lion on the bottom rune, and you know, these matchups, Bug versus Void Spirit, it's all about the regen. It's all about the water runes, about the power runes, so you're going to see a lot of action around the river. And there you see the pressure, right? It's still a bit early for Timber to be left alone.
Yeah, and they go for the stun actually over mid. Snow had been hit by an Aether Remnant just a moment ago, and they're diving the tower. They want Amar. They won't land the stun. He's got that wand. He heals up a little bit. The Whirling Death. We'll see if he survives this or if anybody comes over bottom to try and help him out. He gets into the trees. But Miracle and GH are on his tail. He's just Timber chaining across the lane back and forth. And, well, kind of playing him a little bit.
Yeah, this is an insane amount of pressure, and you don't want to trade too much with this IO, pairings, because they don't use anything for that, right? I mean, the Lion, he's going to have to bring tangos, he's going to have to bring mangoes. This IO Lesh is just going to keep sustaining, so you don't want to get baited into trading too much with them, right? You just, Amar right now, all he wants is level 5. When level 5 happens, it's going to get better for him, and Lesh is still a little bit under level. Amar is close to level 5, Lesh is level 4, and it's all about this level 6 timing. I can't emphasize how much it's important, so... But yeah, you see, like, Taiga is kind of forced to be here because they're putting up, so much pressure on this Timber, which is, they're playing this really smartly.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you're saying level 6 is very important. The way to make it sure that they can win that, push Amar out of the lane. Make sure he's uncomfortable. Okay, they're going to TP a +1, so BZM coming bottom, he's level 6. If they can catch somebody...
It looks like it's been spotted, right? And this rotation hurts the Void Spirit a lot. His bottle's empty, so the 6-minute rune is going to be super important. He has no boots. He's really sad right now. Like, this hurts your game a lot. Hopefully he gets a rune, and then it's going to make up for it a little bit. But yeah, this also frees up the puck for his own rotation now. They know that Void Spirit has no TP.
Right.
So
he can't react.
Exactly. Okay. Let's see, 6-minute rune coming up. We already see, Misha going for the top rune, Taiga on the bottom rune. The Enigma supports are a bit late to the party, so maybe we get... Okay, Void Spirit does get the... He got denied, actually.
Yeah, Sumail just got the right click in.
Very well done. 1v3 rune deny, so that's like big impact.
Making sure that you kind of keep that advantage on the lane, and Sumail just definitely showing some prowess here over mid. They drop down the Dream Coil, they've got the Impale coming out from Kuroki, but the Aether Remnant lands on Sumail might give BZM a chance to use that jump and get out, and that's exactly what it does. So, under that pressure, doesn't panic, just jumps away, doesn't give even more of an advantage. Like you were saying, some of it felt like that bit of an advantage coming over mid, and now GH kind of getting pushed away, but like you said, for the IO, it doesn't really mean all too much.
And you see this Darcy, right? He's not having fun. He's level 4, he's really under level. Laundry is level 6. And on bottom, the Timber is level 6 before the Leshrac, so, good job from Taiga sharing XP properly. And then the pressure, you see it right away, it starts. Yeah, Leshrac was level 6 here, it's a double kill, So now there's going to be a lot of pressure going OG's way for a little bit until the Leshrac gets level 6, and then it's just going to start being relieved. Laundry though, he's having like a perfect game.
40 and 20, I was going to mention it, but it feels like we were talking around the map. They're still putting the pressure on Miracle. He's got to be a little bit careful with Amar just committing to this one, the rolling death, and again, Taiga trying to follow it up, trying to find something. And instead, they'll focus their attention onto GH with BZM coming over from the side, so he gets Miracle. Kuroki comes in with an Impale. It'll end up being a 1-for-1 trade, but do they get anything more out of this one? GH under the tower, but that's not home base. That's not safe. So BZM, he'll get the double kill, and they take out GH.
Very nice rotation from BZM. Sumail, unfortunately, had no TP. It just got delivered to him, so he could not react to the dive. And yeah, I mean, big, again, this Leshrac is still not level 6, so his game has been really crippled. Yeah. And this is all about XP split. It's this details in high-level Dota that can really turn the lane completely.
GH actually goes to fill up the bottle with Sumail. I was going to ask, because BZM's now made 2 rotations off the mid lane, but Sumail doesn't feel comfortable enough to do it himself, right? Like, is that because the side lanes aren't going as well? Like you said, Darkseer's only level 4, Leshrac never hit level 6. Do you not just feel the opportunity to try and go and save a lane, or do you just focus on your lane and then when the opportunity finally comes, go?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like Sumail should have been bottom, countering the gank from the Void Spirit. He just had no TP, so maybe we missed that part where he had to waste his TP, and maybe OG had that info. This is the coil. He might actually die here. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, the stun follow-up and the illusory orb, they do finally get a kill onto Amar, so that's exactly what they wanted with that follow-up. But while that's going on, there's a wall up top, and Misha gets the kill into mind control. Back over bottom, they're looking over. Miracle, he's sitting a little bit low, but he is tethered up. BZM, we'll see if he can get anything out of it, or if he gets played with the help of Sumail. They've got the silence with the waning rift, and the damage for the Astral Step. One more right click. Sumail wants a high 5, but instead, he'll just give him another 1+ on that death score.
Very clutch from Sumail, kind of predicting where BZM was going to try to escape from, and very big kills. I mean, these are 2 kills on 2 cores, and this is the Leshrac being really happy, catching up with XP also. Big kills, big XP.
Yeah, and that's exactly, like, it bumps up their game. They were struggling a little bit on the side lane. Now you get a little bit of that pressure alleviated. Miracle hits level 7, and Sumail's still down here. They kind of want to just shut down Amar, and that's almost a double-edged sword. How much can you focus on this bottom lane and just allow the rest of the lanes to kind of have their free will?
Even Misha rotated here too. So, you know, OG is trying to kind of, this is like the pressure building up on the bottom lane, and both teams are kind of looking at it, and rightly so. So I like that the OG supports are trying to stop that.
Now the Hex, but the relocate out. Easy doesn't. Miracle and GH do escape.
Pretty early relocate. You know, Sumail is looking at it. He has a coil. He's going to check the run before. He might be in trouble here.
Dream Coil comes out at a BZM, and let's see if he can get out of this one when the Dream Coil finishes, but he never gets that chance. So Sumail with another kill. He's on a killing spree.
Plus an Arcane Rune for him top. So, you know, Sumail is starting to pop off here.
Yeah.
Something to watch out for.
Very timid in the first 5-6 minutes or so, but Sumail found that opportunity, and he's rolled with it. They're starting to snowball, which could be dangerous for OG. They bring over Yuragi, and maybe looking to get Miracle with the help of Taiga.
Yeah, he might die here. He's gonna die here.
Hex, Earth Spike should follow it up, and that's an easy kill. Miracle kind of in his own area of the map at the moment, and that's what gets him caught. He's on the side of the OG as Sumail gets another one. He's now dominating, taking out Misha.
GH is actually pretty big this game. I mean, I feel like he's having a pretty good game. He's pretty happy. He's gonna have mech only in like 500 gold, so you know, 1 or more 2 skirmishes, and then he gets the mech. And I mean, this game for Enigma, it's all about this IO plus slash rack. It's really all about how they're gonna hit their timings and how they're gonna be able to kind of accelerate their game, because this is where the damage is gonna come from for Enigma, and they're gonna need a lot of damage to take down, you know, OG's course.
Yeah, they've done a good job of getting, say, BZM as well as Amar at some time. But now, look at this. Nyx Assassin in trouble. The follow-up Hex. BZM, he gets a kill. Finally gets himself, you know, a +1 there as he's had a couple of deaths in between. So they do get that kill on the Nyx. You're starting to see this lone druid really start to get involved too. And he had a great lane. Like, the net worth split between him and anybody else is pretty significant this early on into the game. The pressure was on the rest.
He's living the life, and this is when the map might look a little bit weird for OG, because, you know, MC just took top tower, you know, quietly, and you see Miracle kind of staying here. He's not maximizing his own farm. He decides he'd rather defend his own safety in tower and keep the map kind of disadvantages for OG, which I think is the best way to play the game at this very moment. And this is like the mark of the most experienced players that are gonna, you know, like kind of favor pressure over greediness, which at this level is definitely the way to go. MC here, he might die, or yeah, too much damage. He's fucked.
Yeah, they're going up towards top. They want to get this kill on the mind control while Misha goes down. So Sumail with another one. Then Taiga falls to Miracle. So you've got the relocate that was over there towards top to get that follow-up. Ends up being a trade there, a kill over bottom. So a couple of kills across the map for the side of Enigma, and well, that's just an impale. There's nothing that's going to happen. I don't think all of a sudden you've got a Nyx Assassin that's going to hit enough or hard enough to kill off that Timber.
I'm quite worried about Misha. He is level 4 on Ench, so he is extremely under-leveled right now, and he's playing versus this lineup that's just going to eat him alive all the time, right? The Leshraks, the Darkseer, the Pucks. Pucks is having such a good game too. He basically solo kills him with 2 spells right now, so, you know, OG is going to play 4 versus 5 for a while, it feels like. You know, this Ench is going to be a non-factor, unfortunately for him.
Does Ench really even feel like he fits in at some point? Like, the Untouchable, really, you've got Leshrac on the other side. Is it really enough for Misha to make anything happen?
If he had a better game, maybe, but given the state of his game, I think it's going to be quite painful.
Amar looking over mid, he'll TP in.
And here we're going to get to see, you know, how much damage do they have? You know, can they cut through the Timber yet or not? Obviously, the damage is going to keep scaling. You know, Leshrac getting items, the Yash, the Kayas, and these kind of items are going to help that. But this is probably the moment where Timber is kind of hard to touch. You know, the Bracers, the Magic Wand, the Hood. And this is when maybe Enigma is going to look to kind of, you know, accelerate their farm rather than trying to pressure, because it might be a little bit too early. Mind Control is also going for the Vessel, which I think is a really, really smart buy, and it's going to help them kind of kill the Timber, which is going to be the meat shield that they're going to have to get through if they want to truly pressure OG.
Yeah, and if you can get through that big metal body that Amar has got on this Timber, then maybe you can do the rest. Right now, they do get that mid-tier 1, and that's usually a telltale sign of something going right for you when you get the top and mid. They find themselves the Impale. They'll follow it up with the stun coming out from Miracle. Soaking up a lot of that damage. Spike Carapace. That'll end up setting up Taiga. They throw the Chakra Mound. They've got the Assimilate as BZM goes behind them and gets the kill to Kuroki. So they end up losing the Nyx Assassin. The Dream Coil. It's placed down onto a couple, but it doesn't really matter. That's more an escape cord than anything.
Yeah, and you see it, right? It's too early still to kill the Timber. They don't have the Vessel. Leshrac, you know, probably wants a little bit more levels. Maybe he wants the Kaya Sange. I'm not really sure which items are gonna allow them to cut through the Timber. I think that's maybe a little bit of the worrying part for Nigma right now. But you know, I'm sure they have a very solid plan, and we're gonna be. Eventually, we're gonna see it.
That wasn't exactly a heavy commitment either. You know, they kind of dip their toe into the water. They see, all right, we don't have the damage. We end up losing KuroKy. That's fine. That Dream Coil makes sure it protects us on the way out. We don't lose big numbers, because if that fight does go the other way and OG starts to take 2, 3, 4 heroes, they can snowball out of control too, and all of a sudden turn this around where Nigma kind of missed this timing that they want.
Especially with the build that the Lone Druid is going for. He's going for Deso, Mask of Madness, so you know he's like an objective taker. Like towers are gonna melt, Roche can melt also. So definitely every pickoff that OG will get, like in the in the upcoming minutes, is gonna always transition into an objective.
So we'll see which team strikes next and who's gonna end up getting that first Roche. Spike Carapace was there for a moment. I have loved to see these players use this Wild Wing. There are some players who are just so good at like those movements, especially over in the triangle when they're able to get up and down cliffs or move heroes around, move themselves around. Like it really is just 4-staff light.
Okay, he might live here. Yeah.
Stun, not in time.
Very good use of the Hex.
Yep.
Nice CP out. I mean, I would say that, Nigma's answer to... Is he gonna try it? Okay, nice Carapace. Nigma's answer to Timber, you can already kind of... Oh, this might be dangerous for the... Okay, I mean, there's no follow-up. He's just trying to protect the Nyx. And it's worth it, it's worth it. I was just gonna say that Nigma's answer to Timber, you kind of feel already. It's quite... it's not often that you see Amar being so low in the network as Timber. He usually, rocking #1 spot, he's taking the enemy's jungle. Already he feels scared compared to other games, right? Where he feels like he can actually die pretty easily.
And he still showed how tanky he was. Like, if he's got that feeling that I can still die pretty quickly, but I was tanky in that last fight, certainly something that Nigma's doing right to make him feel that way and maybe abuse that to go towards the rest, right? Because Mind Control, he does have the Spirit Vessel, doesn't have any charges. So you got to fill it up somehow and make sure then you can kind of use it, because right now it's wasted net worth.
There's a lot of eggs in the laundry basket right now for OG. It feels like both Void Spirit and Timber are not scaling as well as they would want to. No TP this time for Taiga.
Yeah, but they've got the help with the Aether Remnant, so he's able to survive once again. He is really playing on the edge.
He's deciding to kind of get info instead of farming the Blink, which I could agree with. I feel like it's quite scary when you think about it, because we don't probably feel it in the game, but it's nighttime, you don't have the best vision. There's a Nyx that's always lurking, the threat of the relocate, the threat of the coil, and these cores, they want a little bit more time. The Timber, he wants to farm up, the Lone Druid wants that too. That's why you see the supports of OG trying to get info. Of course they put themselves at risk, and it looks quite quite scary for them, but they're kind of trying to tank the bullet that they don't want their core to tank.
And then on top of that, every time you as a support get that information and don't die, it just feels like you can keep it that much closer, right? Like, you're not giving anything away for this. Like, it's free info.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the big force packs. Yep, the big pack already.
BZM maybe in a little bit of trouble. They've got themselves the Yules, but there's the follow-up stun coming out from KuroKy. So Sumail will get yet another kill, and he's unstoppable. BZM, he's middle of the pack right now, but I guess the silver lining is still, like you said, the eggs in the basket of Lone Druid.
I mean, he decided to go for the Yules. I get it. It's probably quite important versus the puck and that amount of damage. The problem is that it kind of sets up for the Nyx and the Lash follow-up stun, especially when he's Call of Guard. I mean, that's going to be a freaking on the end, right?
Misha,
so poor.
Double stun and an easy kill, just like you said. Miracle getting another one. And Enigma are finding their moments. They're finding their pickoffs. Is this enough at the moment? Do they need to start taking objectives, take some towers with these openings that they're making for themselves?
I think they're happy scaling, honestly. I don't think they need to pressure themselves into anything. Like, this puck is super happy, this Slash is super happy. I mean, they definitely hit a really strong timing right now. They have the Vessel, he doesn't have charges yet, but the Blink on the puck, the map is kind of there to pressure. It's more on OG's side, what are they waiting for? What are the timings, the items that they're looking at that they want to fight back? I feel like the Lone Druid is very, very strong. He has like an overwhelming amount of physical damage. He can take down the Leshrac in one stun right now, so maybe we'll see it happen soon. I feel like both teams right now are looking at, kind of speeding up the pace at which they're playing.
See KuroKy get spotted by the Sentry Ward, but he picked up enough information in that little walk over knowing that all the heroes of OG were pretty much there.
Enigma is so aggressive in how they position themselves around the map. Like you see, you know, Mind Control's pushing out the top lane constantly with shields. They're already taking enemy triangle and ancient. Like the map, it feels really small for OG already. It feels like they're kind of only safe in their own jungle, even though the game is not that one-sided. But it's just Enigma's decision making on how well, like where they position themselves on the map. They put so much pressure on their opponent.
Astral step away. And not going to jaunt over, but they're still sending Miracle forward. Feared up on the run, Chakram hitting on a Kuroki. Pulls him into the air, and they've got themselves the Aether Remnant. They've dropped down the Dream Coil, the stun comes through, that's gonna land on Amar, but they've got the figure to get the kill on a Kuroki, so they'll at least get themselves one on the side of OG. They stun up Miracle, and look at the damage just come out onto this Leshrac. Sumail's not gonna be next yet, it's actually Taiga. He tries to leave, but the Aether Remnant's down, and so is the wall, but the wall is not something that OG are running into at this moment, as they take out 3 on the side of Enigma.
Amazing teamfight execution from OG here. That was super clutch, and then they get the free on the Wisp. I mean, they could even go Roche here. I want to praise the Deso, you know, purchase on the Laundred. It did everything. You saw how quickly the Slash died. It's crazy. He got 4-shotted by the Laundred, and he was being tethered by a Wisp, right? Yeah. It was still not enough. Unfortunately, the Wisp had to use the mech for the Nyx, meaning they didn't get the double mech value on the Lash, which could have turned things with the the vacuum from the Darkseer coming in. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a mistake from GH to try to save the Nyx. Yeah, they're gonna try to stop that. They need to stop that Roche, it feels. They might be able to be honest. OG's running low on resources.
They actually left that Roche pretty low.
Now the question is, can Enigma take it for themselves? It could be possible. They do have a lot of magic damage, and they're gonna try to. This is pretty clutch. Now it's a big moment for OG. You contest it. It's quite risky. You don't have the Laundry ulti. It looks like they're gonna let it go. I think it's the right call, but it cost them a lot. This feels bad.
That's Aegis into the hands of Miracle now. And potentially, like you were saying, some aggression from Enigma if they can get this. They've got the Dream Coil, there's the Vacuum. It's only Misha so far. The Astral Step, they've got the Taunt. It's onto the Leshrac. They're going to look to take this Aegis out, but with that tether, with that heal, he survives. Kuroki hit by the Chakram for a second, feared up once again. And just that burst of damage coming out from OG once again. It's, wow. Runs into the Aether Remnant. Now they catch BZM, but the damage, it's just not enough yet. Here's an Earth Spike out of the Leshrac, but they still have GH. He's surviving for now. The Chakram's there. It pops the Aegis. They've dropped on the wall. Amar timber chaining across, gets the kill on a GH, so now you no longer have the tether option. They've got the silence onto Misha. Misha trying to survive, and Sumail ends up dead. Amar doing so much damage in this fight, especially with the help of Taiga. These Earth Spikes have been on the money, and they're still looking to get a kill here onto this Darkseer, as Mind Control will run, but Amar, he can timber chain and chase.
And that's kind of the problem. He's gonna get him to so much damage. That's the Kaya Sange, you know, coming in clutch for you. Spellamp on the level 15 plus the Kaya Sange.
Mid. They have Miracle here. They've got 3 heroes, and the Bear looking to do the damage, and he's gone.
Holy man, that damage.
Whoa!
It is so much damage between the Basher, the Mom, and the Deso. I mean, you saw like the beginning of the fight. It's all about the tether mech. Like Enigma really need to try to force themselves and discipline themselves to play around it, because else right now the Leshrac, he doesn't stand a chance. He just dies right away. And you see the strength of Laundred, and what is their play really? They're trying to turn on the Bear. They tried at some point, but they just don't have enough damage to kill the Bear. It feels bad. You know, you're throwing your spells on the Bear and then you're dying in the process, and then he just resummons it. So they need to find like a better way to take these fights.
So far, you know, it feels like OG and the 5v5s have been doing well. You get a kill on a Taiga, but Enigma kind of need more. A lot of these kills have been on supports.
It's going to be about how Miracle is going to itemize. He decided to go for the plate mail, which, I mean, I can only agree with. He's definitely dying to like an overwhelming amount of physical damage, so that's going to help. You know, the analysts, like the panel, they talked about the axe build on Leshrac. It could be something he could look at. It's just gonna prevent the Bear from hitting. That could be interesting. But you know, now we're getting into the territory where Timber and Void Spirit, they're picking up some steam. They're gonna start becoming a problem too and dishing out the damage.
Miracle might be in trouble again. They land the Aether Remnant, a couple of impetus shots coming his way. They use the Yules on a GH. Look at the right-click damage coming up for the Bear once again, but he lands the stun. It's onto the Bear. That might save his life. Impetus damage, it tickles. It doesn't do a lot. So Miracle is able to fall back, and he's also got reinforcements if they want to just maybe clear up some vision and go. But by doing so, it does show that they're all there under that ward. So OG, they're not letting this opportunity go. They want to take it to Nigma, and that's exactly what they're going to do by getting this kill on a Kuroki, and the rest of the team will fall back towards the tier 2 and into the trees.
It is so much damage. It's quite crazy. Okay, Enigma smoked up. They want to contest that. Without the Nyx, this could really catch OG by surprise. You don't expect an aggressive play 4 versus 5. Let's see what they do with that. Looks like they want to bait behind Miracle. It's a really hard move to predict right now. You know, usually most teams will kind of take a defensive position after losing a hero and giving up the ground.
But he's getting just the Lion. Would that be worth it? If they can get Yuragi, this would be worth it.
He has no ulti.
They've got the Dream Coil. They're not following this up just yet, but there's the BKB as well as the vacuum in the wall. That's coming through, but here comes Amar. Amar trying to make something happen. They will go over to Sumail. He's going to go into the phase shift as well as the illusory orb back towards Yuragi, but BZM's trying to stay on the tail of this puck. The damage just not enough to get the kill on Yuragi just yet. They get the kill on a Miracle to take out Mind Control, and Sumail falls too. 3 heroes gone. GH trying to TP, but there's the impetus last shot. 4 heroes out of the side of Nigma. They took that fight, and they pay for it deeply.
Such an amazing side steps, you know, like jukes from Yuragi. That was awesome. And also the patience. You know, he got the shard on the Lone Druid with dispels. So, you know, the Spirit Vessel was applied to him. And Lone Druid is all about the healing mechanism. He got healed so much by his bear. So Spirit Vessel is really instrumental to try to take him down and make sure he doesn't survive through your spells and your right clicks. But then he just presses Savage Roar and dispels himself from the Spirit Vessel, and he just lives.
Yeah, he sidestepped in this like little area by the stairs, and he's avoiding like not only Sumail, but multiple other heroes coming at him from Nigma, and they just picked him off one by one. OG has just played around this pressure really well.
I mean, Yuragi is playing so well, honestly. Like, this is like such a flawless game for him so far. You know, he's 5-0 and 11. He's joined fights really early. He's really helped stabilize the game when the Timber was suffering a little bit. So did the Void Spirit. So pretty impressive showing for him so far.
Yeah, Deathless and doing damage. Not exactly too far out of the woods just yet. It's a 4K lead, still pretty close, but Enigma have kind of missed that timing that they initially wanted, and now they've kind of got to get to the next one, right? And they're going to try and do so, but with the fight up top, they may not have the chance. Sumail, he's hexed up. BZM comes in, Astro set the damage on it. It's Sumail, and he just can't survive. Here they go with a finger on a Miracle, and they'll wipe the floor with the Leshrac too. They want to go and get everybody. They look towards GH, they look towards Kuroki with the BKB pop by Mind Control. They've got the Banshee, so they keep Mind Control close. And GH, well, Amar's going to keep him even closer and get the kill and take out Mind Control. It is just, when it rains, it pours, because it is pouring bodies as they hit the floor for Enigma.
I mean, it seems like they cannot deal with the Lone Druid whatsoever.
At all.
It's just too much. Like the roars, the Savage roars, constantly, you know, kind of splitting this lineup apart. This lineup, they want to run at you with, you know, full... And also, like, the MS, it gets amplified. Like, I mean, it turns against you, right? If you're really fast here and you get roared, suddenly you're so far from the fight, it takes so long for you to get back in the fight. So the Leshrac, it breaks the tether. Even the Darcyr that is Surge, you know, half of the time. Obviously, if the puck ever gets feared, then he just dies. This Lone Druid pick, you see how potent it is and how much impact it's had. It feels like they just can't fight into it.
And like you said, he got involved early. And it was when he came over mid for that fight, and he's been with the team pretty much ever since.
Yeah.
Or close enough where he can react.
I mean, he's been involved in almost, I mean, in 20 kills, over 26. He's been more involved than the Void Spirit has been, the solo mid, you know. He's the one with the most kill participation from position 1, which is honestly not frequent at all. Like, you rarely see that. So, I mean, it worked really well. And now we're at a stage where it's just really hard for Enigma because none of their heroes can really frontline. Sure, the Darcyr does with BKB, but how much does it do realistically? The Leshrac is a little bit too weak, as we've seen. He just dies when he runs in. So it's a tough game to play right now. They do have tools to play the map. You know, they can like try to shove the waves, the side lanes, play it with the relocate and the threat of Nyx. But I think like 5-on-5 right now is just not realistic for Enigma. They just don't have the firepower.
Which could put them down in an even bigger hill, right? Like, if you can't fight 5v5, you've got Roche potentially coming up soon, and that's a big objective to get. But if you don't have the confidence to play 5v5, how do you even contest that?
I think you have to give it away. It's too scary right now, you know? Or, I mean, the one thing that they have going for them maybe is the Darcyr. It's always a hero that can turn games, especially when you have AoE follow-up, you know, like a really clutch vacuum into a 3-man impale, these kind of things. And then maybe you can you know, this laundry, he has to die before he gets to click ulti. Like, that is so important. And they have tools, they have stuns, they have silences. I mean, he has BKB now on the bear, not on the main hero, as he ultis already preemptively. I mean, that's the problem too, right? Laundry, on level 20, he hits this huge power spike, minus 50 seconds on true form. So you can't really play as much around his ulti. It feels like it's always up, and you know, this is danger zone. But you know, during the little downtime that it's gonna be, whether it is 10 or 15 seconds, you have to try to kill him, burst him before he gets his ulti off. A little bit like an alchemist in a way, but even more intense.
I was gonna say it was kind of similar to what we were seeing with the Tempest double on the Arc Warden.
Exactly. Enigma, they need to abuse the downtimes. You know, they have to seize the moment and be like, all right, ulti down, we need to burst him before. And he's actually gonna die really quickly. I mean, the main hero, when he's not in true form, he has 0 stats item. You know, he will die. They have enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, and I think maybe one of the benefits here for Enigma is the fact that that Roche is 2 minutes away, so maybe gives them some time to find an arsenal to go after that Roche if they feel the need to contest it. Like you said, it's going to be difficult. They may just concede it, but at the moment, they want to fight.
Yeah, Miracle got his BKB, so maybe they feel a little bit better about running in. He's not going to get roared or anything like that. They're low ground though, so it's a bit scary.
Yeah, smoke on smoke, and well, BZM, while his smoke gets broken, kind of understands, hey, there's a Nyx assassin here. Rest of the team, though, it still looks like they even want to make that jump, kind of getting an understanding of where Enigma must be, right?
That was really close. BZM, you can feel like he really wants to fight. Like OG right now, I mean, both teams kind of want to fight. As
there it is. Jump. Blink Hex with the Earth Spike, drain the mana, throw the finger, and you've got to chop him with the Aether Remnant. BZM, he's now on a killing spree. It's that Blink Dagger is so crucial to these Lions, and you see why. The instant Hex is so strong.
Yeah, that's the Hex against Nyx, right? It's like one of the best ways to deal with them, because you know, you start with an Impale, he might get the carapace off, and all of a sudden the fight is just different. You hex him, it's just safe. Nyx will die against these hexes. That's why you're always gonna see team prioritizes the Shadow Shaman, the Lion, you know, these kind of heroes against Nyx.
So they're waiting to see if Roche is up, but still has 50 seconds to go. While this is going on, Sumal is trying to get into the E-Blade. Kind of far from that. And then Miracle, he wants that shard, which in a Roche fight, in that scenario, could be pretty important.
It would really be, and you know, MC is looking to buy a Blink. He's got it now if he wants to, and I feel like this could be maybe one of the saving graces for Enigma if they really, you know, I mean, they're a team, they're really used to playing with each others. I'm sure if they're a team that can, you know, pull off like a crazy wombo combo with the vacuum.
Ooh, Sumail getting caught. I don't know if he survives this one. They've got the silence to pop the link in, so go to the phase shift and the lose your orb out.
That was the fresh
spike, but
on Void Spirit, you know, he tried to surprise him with it. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Pretty tanky puck with the Linkens. But yeah, I mean, right now, Enigma, they have to be looking for Darkseer combos. I think that's the only way where a fight can look good for them. Or they try to delay the game, as Sumail was trying to do. Push out the side lanes, force OG to split up. Obviously, it is scary. They have pretty good catch in the Lion and the Void Spirit, but you know, it is what it is. That is what the state of the game dictates right now.
And while they're going bottom, while they're trying to get that kill on Sumail, like, they're still farming the enemy's triangle. They're still farming so much of the map. Like, they're just not giving anything to Enigma.
They're getting Roche, they're farming top, they're defending bottom. It's I mean, it's a bad situation for Enigma to be in. At the same time, I mean, I was gonna say they have a pretty good high ground defense, which I mean they do. In the, you know, the Darkseer is always crazy high ground defense. But yet again, it's gonna be this beer just like taking down towers. This bear, like it's. I don't even know if they can poke the bear well enough, because he's gonna demolish the towers. Like it's gonna be really quick.
4,000 health. Has that Deso ready to go. The Basher, Mask of Madness. Like he's hitting fast. Has the extra buff up with that Hyperstone. I don't know how you kill the bear, and even if you do, like you said, they've been using so many spells on the bear. Then what? He's still
then troubles. Then a lot of troubles.
That's where Amar just kind of peeks his head in. He's like, all right,
exactly.
I'm ready.
He's had so much space, right, in the fights. Like you always see him kind of coming later and
almost
get
higher
like,
than Miracle.
He just cleans up, right? Yeah.
It's crazy how like this is exactly what the panel said. Even when you shut down Amar, did you do it?
No, I mean he's had so much impact right now. Like he's done so much damage in these fights. He's scaling really well. You know, you see it with the net worth. Like he now has a BKB, so he really doesn't care about anything that they could throw at him. And it's gonna keep getting worse, right? I mean, this Timber, it keeps scaling the damage. It keeps scaling up. I mean, I like how Enigma's trying to pressure. I mean, this is good, you know, good pickoff.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do right now is they're trying to force OG away from their own triangle, like Enigma's triangle, or, you know, force OG away from pushing their base, which is what they should be doing. Right now, OG, they want to create a situation where they're going to knock at the door of Enigma's base and start, you know, looking at the bear taking down the towers. So Enigma, they need to delay that for as long as possible.
Interesting move here by Sumail. He did have Croaky nearby, but, you know, he's still a slippy hero. They didn't have the Lion there, obviously because he's dead at the moment, so they don't have that instant Hex to work off of.
He's hard to catch. He's hard to catch. I mean, Puck already hard to catch, but now with the Lincolns on top of it too, almost impossible. I think he got the shot also on Miracle. So the high ground is maybe that's a way to deal with the bear. Actually, if you pre-stun the ground and then the bear, you don't really want to use BKB to just like, you know,
hit the base,
get extra hits on the base. It feels bad. So maybe that's one way that they have to delay the game. Having the Puck cutting the waves everywhere, having the Leshrac stun plus the Darcyr try to delay the high ground push as much as they can, and you know, OG, they've had enough. They want to end the game.
Going into the true form and looking to go. And there you found the Aether now on a Miracle. They're going to try and make the jump. They've got the silence onto a bunch with the vacuum as well as the wall. Normal punch hits on a Taiga, but it's not going to be enough as the Aeon just pops. And then finally, after it goes away, they get the gun to the line. So they'll take him out of the fight. The Hex is gone. They'll look over at Amar. Amar taking a lot of damage. Silence up. Stunned up. Killed off. Down he goes. Miracle's got himself a double kill. Now looking over the Aegis on BZM. Do they have the follow-up stun? Can they go for the rest after this? A stun over a stun, of course. They've got the lockdown. They get BZM. They'll look for more. Yuragi looking to TP out. Misha not so fortunate, at least not yet. He'll try to TP, and the stun from Miracle not in time. But that is a successful high ground defense. They don't even lose the tier 3 there for Enigma.
It's more than successful. That was amazing for Enigma. I think they could not expect better. This is really huge. It's a big spike, and they have a lot of pushing power themselves now with the Leshrac and the overcharge and the edict. They can threaten, you know, I don't know if they're going to be able to force buybacks, but they can definitely look at getting the tier 2 mid and establish vision for themselves. And you see how scary the high ground is, you know. It's maybe hard to grasp how much it did, but these Leshrac stuns, you know, like chain stunning all these heroes. I think Amar, you know, between the Nyx Carapace and the Leshrac, the Split Earth, he didn't even get to press BKB. I don't think he even had like 0.1 second to press it.
No.
To get chain stun completely. And I think like that's maybe a mistake from OG to, because Leshrac, he has to prepare these stuns in advance, right? He has to land couple and they need to keep, you know, proccing. But since OG did not take the tier 2 bottom, they can't just decide to be like, all right, you know, just like Venoward, you set up the mid defense, we're just going to push bottom. But since the tier 2 is still up, they kind of have to bang their head against the wall and fight into the split earth that were preset. And I think they probably need to look at pushing another lane, basically, when Enigma is so ready.
Yeah, Enigma now very ready. They were just down 10k. Where'd it go? Like, it's gone in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Looking over the Nyx Assassin, Spike Carapace, but they've got the follow-up here with the stun from this Lion. Croaky, though, he gets away for a second until the finger comes. The stun hits down to Omar, but they've got no follow-up damage for that.
That's a gem on the ground, so it's a pretty big deal.
That'll mean Croaky is way more visible and way less effective, that's for sure. Which is big, because we've seen the areas of the map that Croaky's kind of been putting himself in. You know, for the longest time when OG were looking to push, he was behind them, maybe looking for an opportunity to snipe a courier that's got an item on it, maybe, you know, disrupt them from backing off. They play aggressive on Enigma, and they've still got 20 seconds without this Nyx Assassin, but now they also have to make sure that they can get the gem out of the hands of BZM.
And we're gonna get in the territory where Puck is gonna start becoming a menace. I feel like, you know, late game Puck can get pretty scary. He starts dishing out a lot of damage with the items that he's getting. I mean, you know, he went for defensive item in the Lincolns, but now he got the E-Blade, much more damage. Probably gonna be looking at, you know, upgrading the Witchblade, or maybe getting, you know, Dagons or whatever he fancies. Even the Stormcrafter that he has, that's also extra damage coming up. So, you know, Leshrac, Puck, they're starting to pick up some steam. You know, whether it's going to be enough to take down the OG cores, I still don't know, but it, you know, it's good news for Enigma fans. Like, it's getting better and better.
Yeah, and he's going to hit that level 25 too, and how important that Dream Coil talent could be for them.
It will be. It will be big. It will be very big. You know, I think, I mean, even the Nyx, I mean, Kuroki is rocking 3k gold. He could decide to make the fights even more obnoxious, you know, like Nyx Axe, for instance, you know, on top of all this it's gonna get scary for OG to push into all of that.
And you're gonna have to hope that maybe Enigma, when they get those items, find themselves a little bit too far from base and kill them.
Could be right now. Could be right now. You know, OG smoking. They seem to know where Enigma's standing. Nothing set up already. Might be a big jump.
They're going to try and go. They've got the Astro 7 as well as the Silence coming in thanks to the Ags of this Void Spirit. Jumping and going for GH. That's where the focus is. And immediately, without that IO, you need to try and run. But Miracle gets hit by the stun. A big vacuum wall coming through. They did get the kill to Miracle, but is the damage there for Enigma to try and salvage this? They've already lost 3 heroes. They're going to go for more. They'll look and find Sumail, but he goes to the phase shift, still surviving. The stun hits on a Tiger. They finally get a kill here onto the Lion. Aether Remnant doesn't land. Miracle thinking, are they going to keep coming? And they'll back off into the wall. But Miracle, he's going in. He wants to fight. So does this bear, though. The stun comes out of the lone Druid. Miracle's just dead. He just bought back 105 seconds on the sidelines. They do get themselves the Darkseer by control as well, but he's got buyback, and that's going to be used immediately. They put his shots through Kuroki. He's dying. He's gone. No buyback as well. GH back into the fight, but just as quickly as you got back, you're gone again. They did exactly what we just talked about. They found themselves too far out of the base. A high ground defense that looks so successful. Well, why leave it?
I mean, this bear's damage, I can't believe it's doing so much damage. I mean, I understand he's fat, but this is like, it's too much. He's just cutting through the Leshrac in 1 second. It's a Leshrac feathered that has Shivas also.
Miracle did jump right onto the bear that second time too, and you just see how strong it can be. They're going to try and defend here, but I mean, Taiga's finger power is at 7, so he's just doing so much damage. They get another kill into mind control, and this is looking like it's going to be all they wrote for Enigma in this first game. OG, they just got to wait for this glyph to go. They'll go after the throne, and that is it. It is OG taking game 1. It looked like it slipped away for a second, but hey, you know, why not make it close for just a moment? Give Enigma some hope so they leave the base. It was all planned.
I mean, I gotta give it to Enigma too. Like they really tried to go for the winning plays, which I think is the mark of a great team. They did not just like sit back and kind of tank the loss and accept the fact that the game was hard. These are winning plays, and when they don't pay off, it looked a bit awkward. You could think to yourself, why don't they sit in base? But if they sit in base, they play against the third Roche, you know, maybe an Axe coming up. It's just gonna keep getting harder, right? So they're taking the shot at trying to win the game, which is commendable.
Yeah. You've seen some teams in the past, you know, maybe they sit back a little bit too far. They just, like you said, they give up. They kind of maybe think the mentality is like, what do we do next game? Enigma, they're a pro team. They tried to go for it, and it just bit them really hard. And OG were ready for that. Their reads in this game felt really confident. Like they knew what Enigma wanted, and they caught them. They smoked. They felt Enigma were out of the base, and they went for it. And I mean, there was a bunch of fights where it looked like OG were really going to just steamroll the game. Enigma were never going to have a chance, but they found their ways to kind of sneak a little bit back in. And I mean, this is right here. It felt like every fight for a little while was OG 4 kills at least.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the Timber first pick. You know, they first pick Timber, and all you see is Timber popping heroes at the end of the game and taking Dark Tron. So pretty solid game. Let's see what game 2 brings up.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see. But to break down game number 1, we've got the analysts and our hosts. So Avo, guys, take it away.
All right. We're here, right, with the highlights presented to you by Aramco, and we're watching the last bits of that first game. There was an inkling of chance for Enigma towards the end of the game, especially with the great teamfight execution. That vacuum plus Nyx, man, we talked about it. It was kind of insane. But one small mistake in these difficult teamfights, and especially lack of a real carry.
And this one right here, I think, could have been a huge turning point. Yuragi, I think he literally has 3 sticks in his inventory, and he barely gets a whiff of this smoke, which is a really, really sick play out from Enigma, right? They just lose the Nyx Assassin, and then they smoke around the map through the top lane and into the jungle of OG. Could have been a major turning point for them. As you can see, the tips coming from OG immediately after show that OG were on top and in control of that the entire time.
I mean, it's because, like, I was going to discuss the idea that, like, OG's draft is clear-cut to a degree, right? You know which one of your cores you're playing around, you know who's your damage dealer, you know exactly what you have to do. And the team fights for Enigma had to be a symphony of skills, and while they executed really well, it's easier to make mistakes in these kind of drafts.
Yeah, it's definitely super easy. I actually expected Enigma to kind of run them over a bit earlier on, but I feel like they were very split. Like Miracle was farming by himself quite a bit, got caught out once or twice, and with a lineup like this, you're not really like, you can't afford to make a lot of mistakes, right? You are running on the snowball. The more often you're down the Leshrac, the thinner the snowball gets, and ultimately they had like no damage anymore to kill the lone druid. It's also really hard to just engage against the lone druid, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you focus the main hero? Do you focus the bear? Main hero always gets healed super much by the bear. So, like I think it was like 2 team fights or so where it cost them. They were focusing the lone druid, but the bear just kept him pretty much at full health the entire time, and they just have no real damage anymore after Leshrac is dead.
Yeah, we don't see the ends of the bear in this score screen, of course brought to you by STC, but he was very fun.
Yeah, that bear was very fun. Yeah.
I love the casual cloak on the lone.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that, right? A lot of the times on the lone druid hero, you'll end up seeing some like wraith bands, or this game potentially
That's the gunner.
bracers.
That's the gunner build, man. He always builds 5 wraith bands after mid 25 every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an understated change because really just the null talismans was the only thing we ever saw out from that on the Storm Spirit meta, especially. But yeah, I mean, you double all of the stats. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really see all that much lone druid before, so it's worth mentioning again because that was kind of understated and still very much is a thing. I was surprised not to see it. Yeah. I thought your Ag Scepter idea was good. Was genuinely maybe the way for Enigma back into this game. Had they had like, obviously you can't just say these things because then the entire early game looks different, right? Yeah. Lesh did a lot early, right, to even get into the late game. But you know, if they had like almost any other carry in the game other than a Lesh, like as soon as you repel the lone druid push like once and twice on that second Aegis, usually you see that really swing back towards the enemy carry. Just not the case here. It only marginally gets better here for the Lesh the later the game goes.
Yeah, and that's the risk you run when you pick carry Lesh, right? Or carry like in carry that usually goes from the mid lane. Like you lose a couple of fights, suddenly you don't feel as strong anymore, they get BKBs up, they get magic resistance up, and you're kind of like, what am I exactly gonna do here? You run in, you get bashed once, you just like die instantly. It's very sad when you can't snowball like this. Actually, I thought Enigma did a commendable job winning that one team fight. Like I didn't expect them to win, but Leshrac hit like, I don't know, like 10, 15 stuns with that card. That was a ridiculous high ground defense.
Yeah, it looked good. I mean, Alva brought up the vacuum into the next stun, but also just vacuum and putting people into the center of these Ag Shards. Split Earth also looked pretty convincing right on that high ground hold. Even the strategy, right, of going for all this lifesteal amp, the Kaya, right, everyone forgets, amps your spell lifesteal, right, quite a bit when you upgrade it with the Sanj. So does the Wisp Shard. Like, that was seriously, you know, keeping Miracle alive in these fights, but when it came just to the core versus core, it was just, you know, Bear Mouse him, and that was really just all about that Yuragi had to do.
Yeah, there was one moment in the high ground push, or in the beginning of the high ground push, you could see that Yuragi was, like, his brain power started to extend when he had to avoid Split Earth with 2 heroes as well. But once they got the hang of it, especially it helped that they had the Timbersaw there as well, right? Like, the Timbersaw separated the fight so much that it was difficult for Enigma to be able to get these, well, 5-man vacuum into Split Earth, Impale, this mega teamfight combo. And in the end, OG just played really well towards that late game. It was really, really impressive.
Yeah, they did. But I would say as like a ending thought for Enigma, I don't think they can, or like they try to address the Timbersaw, right, with a lot. Like Puck was on the bot lane for like a good 2-3 minutes. I really think just get rid of that hero. Like Amar just plays it way too well. They try to shut him down. He was pretty low in net worth, still gets like triple kill after triple kill in every fight. Like he's way too comfortable on that hero. Like sure, he's really good on Razor too, but again, Razor has way more heroes that are actually good against him, and it makes laning much simpler.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like a, I don't know, like I fear not the man who's got like only 10 games on this hero with 100% winner. I fear the man that has picked Timbersaw and has lost on the hero, because you learn a lot from that, you know, and you can tell like this was not the typical like Super Amar Timbersaw game that we know. This is like your run-of-the-mill Timbersaw build. Dual Scepter, right? Kaya and Sanj, quite standard, right? BKB, like, you know, nothing too crazy here. And that's because he just knows it was the kind of game where you just kind of have to build like this, and then your game's fairly free.
Agree. That's why I lose all my rank games. So I think, you know, I'm learning, right? Eventually, when I reach 0, I'll be the smartest man here.
Eventually,
Anyway, it does seem like the Timbersaw was a problem. The Razor, though, we have seen that be an issue with other teams. The Chinese teams bring the Razor, and that also seems unstoppable. Maybe they just have to concentrate both bans on Amar in the beginning. But we're going to have to see, as before that game number 2 between Enigma and OG, there'll be a small break. So let's go to that, and we'll come back very soon. And now we're ready for game 2, a game where Enigma could finally do it. They could beat the OG here, and it's entirely possible. Seeing the first game, their execution seemed kind of up to par. It was a draft issue, you could say, or I guess an Amar issue, really, or a Timbersaw issue. But that idea that forced them to deviate such a hard-to-execute draft is really what led them to the position they were in. However, they didn't seem outclassed by any means.
No, I agree. I just don't think the strength of that draft was going to be particularly towards the late game with the core-to-core matchup being as it was, right? They were probably looking to kind of really hinder the start of Amar in his lane, take the fight early to the Bear before he's like really kind of unstoppable, and utilize the push of the Leshrac to really close that game out with, you know, Sumail diving and getting the jumps to enable all of the above. That doesn't really happen. They still know the basics. Let's take this even later, fight for Roche, hold the high ground, but core-to-core just wasn't there for them.
I gotta admit that I'm really surprised, 'cause especially on LAN tournaments, right? Like if you're on a timer, there's so much more pressure than online. So this kind of draft I feel would work a lot better online when you wouldn't be so pressured just by the entire environment. But like just stick with your like Medusas and stuff, you know, like Miracle loves these real late game carries, and I feel putting the enemy on a clock in a LAN environment always makes it so simple for you. You defend your high ground, you defend your triangle, you make them come to you, you make them play on your terms, right? But like how many mistakes were they allowed to have? Like maybe 2, maybe 3?
I mean, yeah, you're right. You know, you do generally want to make the enemies play on your turf, but you got to remember, running at enemies and specifically diving the fountain is where OG feel comfortable, like especially this lineup. Amar on his hero, you know, so I feel like that might not always be exactly what you want to do against this young squad. I mean, I agree with you in principle, absolutely, right? Yeah. But it's this OG lineup has really proven to sometimes even, you know, baffle the enemies.
Yeah, that's true. They enjoy putting pressure on these, I guess, slower carries, you could say. I remember reading from, I think it was ex-Boom Esports coach, Clairvoyance, was talking about the strength of Dusa and heroes like her, right? Where the pressure exists just by existing, right? Dusa has to do nothing but farm, and she's already creating pressure on the enemy team. And that's what Black is suggesting. However, maybe OG just doesn't care, because they don't seem to ever feel pressure, honestly.
No. What's the best way of playing against them? Because they obviously tried to match aggression with aggression, but OG just seems to, well, not outclass them, but just outpace them in that sort of scenario. So what, like, do you want to create like a wall? Do you want to play like a hybrid? Like, what's the best answer?
Yeah, I mean, because it feels really difficult to address the OG lineup, right? Even we were talking about like, well, what do? Do you just ban Amara and give BZM like a free pick, and let alone, you know, not to mention Yuragi, who is going to be applying that passive pressure by farming up the map and getting the blah 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 core to core, right? Like all these things, right, are things certainly to consider, and which do make it difficult to pick one strategy and run with it.
Well, you know, one of the options that we could be seeing, and that was one of the things a lot of teams thought about in the major, was play faster. It sounds wild, but when you go for tri-core, you are inherently going to play a little bit slower than any sort of dual-core or single-core strategy. Enigma tried this, but this was so out of the way that they had to play exactly perfectly. And you saw it in the major. OG would just outclass their opponents in team fights, but Enigma's a team that I think could probably outclass OG in team fights as well. And as long as they play faster, they punish this tri-core. It doesn't really matter. Just take away the Timbersaw. He's an easier tri-core to play. Razor's a much greedier offlane.
I agree with that generally, but like every time I saw Enigma lose, they just go for these weird heroes. Like carry Leshrac, it's like not weird per se, but it's just not normal, you know? Just stick to your normal heroes. And it's not like they're bad or anything. They don't need to do this. I just feel like they're forcing it on themselves to make the game awkward, which, again, I don't think they have to. They have the skill to back up a normal lineup, and I hope they will stick to that.
Yeah. Maybe when you do something like carry Leshrac, would you expect a second more quote-unquote normal win condition?
Yeah, I would.
Sumail instead?
Like a TA or something,
exactly, right? That's exactly what I was going to go for. Like a Templar Assassin mid would have been kind of perfect there. The puck just doesn't really bring the same amount of oomph, tower pressure, right-click damage, scaling even, that one of these other heroes had. And that was really the problem with the lone Druid pick, for sure.
Okay, they banned the Viper once again, so this means either Razor or Timber.
Timber,
thankfully.
Okay. So they think it's the Razor they can deal with. Let's see if that happens. I wonder if OG will start with the Razor Marcy lane, which a lot of Chinese teams like to do as well.
What if they first pick the Razor on Enigma?
Oh, genius.
And then throw in like a complete range.
Hamar's out of heroes.
Does MC play Razor? I'm sure he does, but like, is he like comfortable on the hero?
I mean, the hero's not green, but I'm sure he knows how to do it,
Yeah. I mean, then again, you're just like Linky guy, plasma field a little bit here and there. How hard can it be, right?
The complexities of Razor are endless.
Yeah, build BKB. Build refresher.
Yeah, you have to know exactly when to refresh in the team fight. Right?
it's, you know, there's some complexity in that.
No,
one,
but
for sure.
the complexity of the heroes, I've always said this, but Razor and Bloodseeker and these like really simplistic heroes, they trick people because they are very simple, and that means that all your core skills are truly tested, right? You have a Void Spirit and Ember, you're really good mechanically, you make a mess up strategically, you can recover. Razor, nah, you go in the wrong fight, you're done. Like there's there's no outplaying them.
I mean, he's quite literally. I mean, he's not full single target, right? He's got plasma field and his ulti as well with that little, you know, AOE around.
You go for Axe.
Yeah, but it ain't really like. You're capped. You're pretty much single target with a bit of a farming mechanism, and you counter these heroes that rely generally on crits and their stats to win them fights, right? That's what you do. You have to make sure you're going on the right initiation. You got to trust your team to back you up and make sure you can get your link off and get, I don't know, a quarter or halfway through the link at least, right? And then really start to be the boss from there. I completely agree with you, right? Like compared to like an Invoker or a Timbersaw even, right? Where
Timbersaw's a lot of options.
You can make a lot of your own space on the hero, like very easily with Yule's Scepter, you know, using the little Yule's trick and then Timber Chaining and all this other stuff, you know?
Here's the Razor though picked by Enigma, so you were right, Black, good call. But then immediate snap pick of the Enigma and the Void Spirit. OG still one of the few teams that kind of flexes the Enigma. As a Taiga, really big Enigma player, so is their offlaner.
Honestly, I love that because usually what Enigmas do nowadays, they just rush Wraith Pact straight away, and it kind of hits before Razor really hits his strong timing. Even with the BKB, you run into a team fight, if you ignore all other heroes, you just get Black Hole, you can die very, very easily, and then you have a Void Spirit who can also slow through that BKB, which not a lot of heroes can. So those two heroes, in general, against Razor seem very strong, but Nyx Assassin, of course, you know, as the Void Spirit quote-unquote counter, but we have already seen that BZM is very comfortable playing around it.
Oh yeah, he did a couple cool things. Set up the Yule Scepter. Nyx can always get off. It's instant on the Spike Carapace. That's like how you beat the ODs. Like Nyx mid versus OD is not bad for that reason, right? You always get it off. But yeah, BZM hiding and dissemblate, popping out lots of times there to kind of break open these fights was really unique. Yeah, I like the Enigma quite a bit, right? Because even if he's 4, even if he's 3, you can go for a couple different items, whatever suits the team, you know. Usually if it's not that good of a Wraith Pact game for whatever reason, it tends to be a fairly good Vessel game. And that's still another item that the Enigma can build and does very well with his toolkit of percentage-based damage.
Are you guys worried at all that they picked Nyx into a potential Wraith Pact Enigma push lineup? That could be very scary because Nyx hates that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he does nothing against that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's good theoretically against Enigma. I mean, you stop the Black Hole, so you have that one single utility, especially as a 4. But you are right. Could Enigma consider other heroes to prevent that?
And look, they banned the Lone Druid already. They're like, no, we don't want to push down here.
No more Lone Druid. I mean, a couple of teams, you know, picking them up and kind of destroying it at LGD as well with it. So we'll see how much we get to see that hero tomorrow, as of course this is their last draft of the day.
Oh, dude. Lycanthrope against Razor and Nyx is also insane.
That's true.
I don't know if they really like to play that on OG.
But Enigma could play the Razor carry it, right? If it's like an offlane, then you'd crush the lane.
Yeah, it is definitely possible, like to beat Lycan in lane. Just like against these two heroes, if he ever gets a good start, like they do nothing to him.
Right. We'll see. I mean, Enigma needs to maybe a little bit of deep push. They have maybe a consistent stun would help as well here to combine with a Nyx, which is the less consistent one.
Yeah.
What are some options?
Inconsistent stuns?
Or deep push here. Let's start with deep push.
Sorry, I was hyper focused on these carry bands out, the Bloodseeker and the TB.
Terrible.
Deep push, I would say like generally is going to be coming from your mid lane, right? A lot these days. You can still run like a Wyvern 5, which is a common solution towards the Enigma, right? Hasn't been banned yet, and I think for OG ought to be a consideration. Because of course the Winter's Curse from range into an Enigma, even though you're playing against a Void Spirit, it can completely ruin your team fight.
Okay.
So. Okay, it's the Dawnbreaker instead that they banned, which is also a realistic ban, right? Just as easy, to be honest, if not easier, to kind of counter this Enigma initiation by casting Solar Guardian from really any position. This Dawnbreaker can be quite a big thorn in the side for that. I think we should see a Wyvern, though, for Enigma, to be honest.
Yeah, Wyvern. Puck could also be really good, because Puck Razor is just a deadly combination.
Yes.
And Sume played a very good Puck in the first game already. But usually when you lose on a hero like that, even if you played really well, you're like, I kind of want to play something else. I want to mix it up.
I want the Wyvern, though. I got to be honest with you.
Right? Wyvern is strong here for sure.
Wyvern Curse into Nyx, lining up a multi-hero stun. Wyvern Curse into, of course, the Link, right, is a classic. So it seems so good. It's very, very good against the Enigma. I think, and it'd be good.
Okay. I'll go for the Wind Ranger here in OG. That's an interesting idea. I mean, I know they played a lot of 5, obviously in the major, but
they did.
They play as mid as well.
The Sep influence.
Yeah, but now the issue is for them, of course, is that Seb is casting the game now, and he's not actually playing the 5.
But Taiga plays the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he
BZM
does.
used to play the Wind Ranger as well back in before OG.
And there's the Wyvern, yeah. Wyvern Punch.
Interesting choice. Okay, so they're like, I want to play something odd, some weird carries, you know.
There you go. I mean, okay, you've been a little bit critical of when Kuro decides to be a little bit more experimental, creative.
Yeah.
Where's your feelings on Pudge?
I mean, I'm like, when I play Pudge, personally, I have like 80% win rate. I think the hero is really, really strong. I don't quite know where they're going to put him yet. It could be an offlane Pudge still. Could be carry Pudge. But if you do that carry Pudge, you really need a win condition in the mid lane. Like, you feel so pressured if you don't have that. Like, I want to see like a TA, something with physical damage from the mid lane.
They're like, oh yeah, I hear you. Puck. There you go.
If they do that, of course they can still win, right? Because they have the Razor and the offlane this time. Probably offlane.
You know,
could be mid Razor. Could be.
Look, the SF here. I mean, we don't see him. It's simply put, like full stop, right? He might be completely ignored this DPC, but that is one of the hardest counters to mid game Void Spirit I've ever seen.
That is true. Yeah, he destroys Void Spirit.
He destroys Void Spirit.
He does.
Sumail is a pretty good SF player.
Also good Void Spirit.
Also good Void Spirit player, but you know, quite known for
SF,
his SF.
yeah. I mean,
I'm just putting it out there. That's a right clicker. You can scale
Yeah.
nicely. The shard is tons of right click damage, and so he scales beautifully with it.
You get a fear as well.
The fear, and
I mean,
so
it
even
could
if
be mid Pudge too, though. Because mid Pudge actually also destroys Void Spirit.
That's a good call. That would be a
But I don't know how. I know Suma is a really good player. I just have never, ever in my life or in pub games seen him play Pudge. So I don't know how comfortable he actually is on that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was practicing for this very moment. The Void Spirit can be countered. I'm sold on the SF. Let's see what other hero they pick up here, though, because OG's turn to pick right now.
OG.
I mean, this should be the pick that defines their positions a little bit more. Where's the Wind Ranger?
right.
Where's the Enigma going?
They need a lot of damage. Like right now, these three heroes don't really have a lot of damage against the Razor and the Pudge, so they need something.
They do disengage very nicely, which is a big benefit, right?
They do,
Windrun, obviously, Void Spirit, obviously, Enigma can be zoning with the black hole threat.
Yeah.
So that is that.
Luna.
That's another fast
Okay.
hero, some damage, some scaling. The Lunar Blessing is actually pretty significant to mention here with the Windrunner as well, I might add, right?
Sure. Yeah.
It's not bad.
That's nice. Also, by picking their carry here, does not define where the other heroes are being flexed into, because since we consider Void Spirit also potential offlaner for them,
Yes, very true.
that is an OG pick. Genuinely, they could go anywhere.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, I'm really curious how this Pudge is going to go. I wouldn't mind seeing a Sumail Pudge, to be quite honest with you, but I do think, you know, to echo your point again that you've been saying since basically last game, they need a win condition here in this last pick.
I mean, honestly, I would much rather prefer if this is an offlane Pudge and a mid Razor, and then they just pick like a good carry for a Miracle that matches up well into the Luna. I mean, honestly, I could see an Alchemist here. Like, it lanes against the Enigma really well. They don't really have the greatest pressure tools yet at all. And with Pudge Razor, you have great ways to actually save him in teamfights as well. Might be a bit greedy early on, though.
Yeah, that's my concern. But with the Wyvern to buy you a little bit of space, Wyvern Nyx, not the worst combo in the world, especially when you compare a Pudge with that early on to play with. Maybe toss a Razor in for a couple of kills. I could see that one working.
I like your point, because here you ban for the Pudge, obviously, right? Solar's a very clear ban for Pudge. But it's also a good ban for the Alchemist. I mean, you're going and saying, we 9,000 IQ it. We pretend like it's Pudge carry. Pick another one of these heroes. I mean, there's a couple others that function similarly. Lifestealer has similar like counters, right, as well. You're thinking along those lines. Not that this is a good Lifestealer game, but, you know.
Yeah, just putting it out there.
You bait it out, yeah, exactly. There's the puck ban just in case, making sure they don't get the quintessential mid laner of the patch.
Yeah. I do think there was going to be an MC Pudge, because I've seen him play quite a lot in pubs as well.
Interesting.
So that probably makes the most sense too, because Razor also destroys Void Spirit in the mid lane, right? It's like pretty one-sided. Yeah, I mean, carries, there's quite a lot of carries they could pick. So I'm not quite sure what they would want to go with. I personally, as I said, like the Alchemist against the Enigma. It's just a pretty free matchup.
Yeah. I still quite like that SF. I mean, they ran it safe lane, didn't they?
SF is nice, yeah.
SF
is good too,
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, you know, my issue, I mean, even if they throw Windrunner mid, I think it's a little bit weak to the SF even, right? With the Shadow Rays potentially being quite deadly there. You can't just get a free Windrun and leave.
At the same time, though, Pudge also destroys Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
You know, you have like 20 damage advantage. You want to last at the creep? Nope.
Nope, not happening
Maybe
there.
tomorrow.
And the Batrider, last ban again, Enigma, they just don't like playing against Batrider.
Even though they have Nyx, that is
yeah, I know.
That's some hate.
It's one of their most contested heroes in terms of like being picked or banned, and for Enigma, mostly banned.
Makes me wonder who the player is that hates getting lassoed. Probably Miracle.
If you're OG, by the way, I don't think you consider Wind Ranger core anymore once the Pudge gets picked, right? Because that fleshy nullifies the whole point of Wind Ranger core.
Yeah.
So probably gonna Taiga Wind Rangers, what I'm seeing here.
Which is also really good with the Lunar Blessing still, right? Your ult is still gonna hurt quite a bit.
Just not the Pudge, right? Use it against one of the supports as much
Yeah,
as
or even on the Razor, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that works.
Nature's Prophet. Okay. Man, why are they always so weird? Like, just do something normal for once, you know?
Yeah, I think they're going to be playing tempo again, dare I say, right?
Is it a carry Prophet then? Or I mean, MC's Prophet is like probably one of his best, not the best hero.
That's a really good point.
But then, like, patch into Enigma isn't like the greatest because the islands are super annoying. I mean, I guess we'll see what they do. But again, like, I would have loved it if it just stayed a little bit more cookie cutter. Like, you can experiment, but you don't need to go like super ham. You know, like, patch already is okay. We got our fair share of experimentation. Now let's pick something normal. But nah, they go back for the Invoker. Okay, so it's the offlane Void Spirit.
Offlane Void Spirit, the two supports being Enigma and Wind Ranger. Interesting.
Now, that also means, though, if they put the patch in the safe lane now, that Void Spirit is getting nothing.
True. Very good point. So what would you put, like Pudge carry, and then would you run the NP mid or the Razor mid?
No, I think Razor into Invoker is a pretty simple matchup for Razor too, right?
Right.
Like, you don't really care too much. You get like 20 damage linked, and you have a massive advantage there. But honestly, it could be either or. Pudge is also pretty good against Invoker. But Prophet is not good against offlane Void Spirit. That's the problem.
Yeah, and like once again, I find myself, and I like this Enigma draft, like in theory, right? I think the things that they're proposing, the ideas, while they're not like completely novel or unseen or unheard of, they are unique solutions to the OG play style, right? The issue is, again, it's a lineup that is not necessarily going to scale super well.
Right.
While once again, OG have like 3, 4 cores maybe with that Enigma Windrunner. Like, they scale very nicely into the late game here.
Sure. Well, we're going to have to see what game number 2 brings us. Honestly, I'm curious as to who plays what. that's my real question. But we're going to find out with a different pair of people. It's going to be B-Cup and Seb.
Thank you very much, Avo. Yeah, we're back with game number 2. It is a lead for OG, 1-0. Can they do it again? Can they take the 2-0? It's a very important spot for them, considering the fact that this is a fight for the top of the group, and OG, after that first game, looked really good. I feel like I have to, do Twitch chat some justice and ask you, who do you think is going to win?
I mean, I like both drafts a lot. I think OG has a really well-rounded draft, a lot of damage, a lot of scaling. I think very solid and stable. And Enigma, it's crazy. As the panel mentioned, it's super exciting. Who plays what? I mean, now you and I have a better info on that, and everybody's about to see it too. It looks like it's gonna be a Miracle Pudge. It's gonna be a Mind Control Prophet, which is like a classic, and Sumail is gonna play Razor. So that's probably a little more unexpected, I would say, especially into the Invoker. But yeah, very, very, very hype lineup for Enigma. I mean, Miracle Pudge, I'm down. I'm down to see that.
Yeah, we've talked about Pudge a couple times throughout the few days we've been here so far, and I got to ask the question about Amar as well. Like, Void Spirit, not the ultimate go-to that we've been seeing as Miracle misses the hook.
Never mind, Miracle Pudge.
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah, you had one chance to impress us, and well...
No, but I mean, Amar Void Spirit, it's a classic. He's very comfortable on the hero. I mean, he's shown it. He's played it today, I believe, right? In game 2, earlier today, and obviously, had a really good game against Liquid. Was top 1 net worth, really high impact. I mean, you see it. He's platinum tier. So according to the Amar test, he's passed it, very well successfully. So. Yeah, Amar Void Spirits, I'm happy to see it, He's going to bring, I'm pretty sure, very innovative builds.
Yeah, you're going to see a top of the net worth Void Spirit, because he is deathly allergic to anything lower.
Exactly.
There's that hook hitting, and maybe Amar's in a little bit of trouble. They've got the static link. Looking like it might just be first blood. Chase is on, the right clicks are out, and the shackle is there, and Amar survives.
The miss, the downhill miss into the double shackle.
Block the hook.
Miracle?
That was really well done there too.
Yeah.
Just staying in line, making sure that Amar can't get hooked.
A bit of luck, you know, I'm not gonna lie, you know, a bit of luck on OG's side, but you know, sometimes Gaben is on your side and that's just how it is. So it's still gonna hurt the top lane a lot though, because Amar has to go back to base.
I'm sure you know
Misha, sorry, had to go for the shackle shot level 1, which is not fun at all. So yeah, we'll see. We're gonna see a little bit of a switch. We're gonna have the Enigma lane bottom with the Luna to try to slow down maybe a little bit of the Prophet aggression.
Right. And that's just with the Eidolons taking away that experience, taking away maybe that level 6 that comes from the Wrath of Nature and when you're really looking to move, but all of a sudden Taiga needs to be very careful.
MC Prophet, man, you don't joke with MC Prophet. You know, he's really good with the body block and with the aggression, very known for the hero. As top, a lot of pressure on the Pudge.
Already a lot of pressure on the Miracle, and they were really hoping they could get that first blood, but now if you're these two heroes, you need to be very careful about your positioning. We have seen, well, some very good windrunners on this team.
Yeah, I don't know who you mentioned, but who you're talking about, but I'm sure you're right about that one.
Definitely making the Shackle and as well as the Shard look very broken, and the entire kit.
And luckily, it is still broken, in my opinion. I think it's still a very strong Shard. There's so much pressure on BZM. This is like... I wonder how this matchup goes. I want to say it's kind of Invoker favored, or, you know, maybe the later it gets, the better it goes for Invoker, but so far it seemed like Sumail is, you know, heavily pressuring.
And 9-2 right now sitting top of the CS, and BZM forced to stay maybe a little bit more passive, but you could see like Miracle's kind of, he's sitting in a very high in the lane as well, and they're trying to keep the creep equilibrium there.
Yeah, Pudge needs a little bit of time before he becomes this like beast on the lane that you can't really pressure. He needs levels in the rod.
Ooh, that hook hits. They're looking for it with the rod. Do they have the damage? The Arctic Burn, and there's the Sunstrike.
He tried to kill Misha.
Okay, it was on Misha. He tried to give him some health, throw some fire onto him, but, well, now you've lost Miracle and you trade Amar.
This might be a double kill. Misha doesn't have the winner on, actually. He's gonna die here. Maybe he wants to die, you know? He has no regen, no HP.
There's no mana. Like,
I think he should even die, honestly. Like, he's
does GH know this? Not kill him?
He's gonna... Yeah, I think he should. I mean, I wonder. He's gonna... he's thinking about it. But honestly, it's a hard call, because if you leave him like that, he has to walk back to base or wait for the courier. It's much longer than this. He's gonna be back up in 10 seconds, full HP, full mana.
Yeah.
And it would have been minimum 30 seconds if you let him live. So they thought about it, but then the greed always kind of wins it for Dota players. Like,
but I could have the gold.
I'll just get the gold. We all know how we behave in Dota. Just get the gold.
Shackle again landing, but
no either Remnant yet. Yeah. 4 seconds on cooldown, so you know they can't really cast their spells together. They just have to chill.
I got a little confused when BZM threw that Sunstrike. I'm like, Misha's on his team.
Maybe there's some beef in OG. You don't know. You know, a team famously known for hating each other's and having a really bad atmosphere, so you just try to kill your teammates, friendly fire. It's normal.
You're giving everybody that little bit of drama that they want. The rumors are spreading. I hear the articles being written right now. Is there trouble at OG?
No troubles in OG. Yeah. No troubles in OG. And as we see, you know, the bottom lane, I think they're trying to relieve the pressure on the Luna. I mean, Prophet is just a good hero against Luna. Luna usually really strives at outlasting your opponent, and there's no such thing as outlasting a Nature's Prophet. You know, for anyone that played against that hero, it is obnoxious. He has the treants. And, you know, another thing for Enigma too is, yeah, you relieve pressure from, you know, eating one of the treants, forcing Prophet to also right-click the treants instead of, you know, outlasting and out-denying you. So a decent hero. And also, obviously, Prophet doesn't like to starve on XP. He needs levels. He needs, as quickly as possible, the ability to TP to the other lanes, get the ulti also to come into play.
We were seeing Nature's Prophet being used in a multitude of ways. Maybe those global lineups, those level 6 lineups where you can really burst it down on someone. Doesn't exactly feel like that here with what they've got. It's not like a level 6 heavy lineup at the moment. But
it's just like the Nyx Prophet. It's just a nice combination, right? Because Prophet's going to push out the lanes, and it's going to give Nyx off the mark, very close. It came after the stun, unfortunately. He might even die here. He has nothing to get out of Sprout.
Yeah, he's very far forward, and I believe Croaky should be setting up if he needs an Impale, but Mind Control's got the damage anyway, so going a little bit too far forward, maybe expecting the Sunstrike to be on the mark, but it was a little bit off and ends up paying for it with his life.
I mean, the Sunstrike right now...
Luna down bottom, Yuragi's just dead.
Yep.
Croaky landed the Impale, and you're not safe in your own trees there,
And
apparently.
Kuro a bit upset at the earlier tip from BZM, so Invoker gets tipped for the kill bottom, which is like we see like some mental warfare. This is crazy from Taiga, like this is very risky. They could look to dive him. Never mind. He knows his limits. Well done, kind of baited them in and gets the full XP, an early TP. Definitely looked like Enigma wanted to punish that.
This is a big lead for just 5 minutes in. Like, it's not massive, but it's like 2K. Like, it feels like it's on the cusp of kind of really getting out of control.
I mean, it's a lot on the back of Sumail kind of crushing the mid lane, let's be honest. I mean, he's absolutely destroying this Invoker right now. This Invoker is suffering a lot, and he's been having to also use Sunstrike on side lanes without getting the kills. That hurts. It's a lot of mana, and it obviously prevents you from using other spells, invoke other spells. He might die here. Sumail's level 6.
Could shut him down even
Nice
more.
TP.
They'll go for the TP, and it will be in time.
Nice TP. He was 100% dead, so that's a good TP. He needs the Sunstrike kills right now. He's probably looking at the top.
Shackle connects. Do they have the damage to get Miracle, though?
He had no Sunstrike ready. He couldn't invoke it. Actually, he did. 15 seconds cooldown, so a little bit unfortunate. A little bit of miscommunication on OG's side. I mean, they have stuns on both side lanes. I feel like they could, put the Sunstrike to better use and help BZM have a better game. But right now, it's a little bit uncoordinated, the Sunstrike usage, which makes Invoker game real, which is really bad. I mean, he can't really catch up.
Now,
Sunstrike is ready now.
Again, power shot. Oh, right.
Amar, show us the skill.
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Cold Embrace, making sure that he doesn't walk into the Sunstrike. Very value.
Nice.
Eighth Remnant hits on the Winter Wyvern, too, so that keeps Miracle alive. The damage on Amisha is pretty heavy, and they were looking for a hook, but won't land it.
Nobody saw that Miracle, no worries. But that really nice from GH, tanking the Ether Remnant, very nice awareness. And once again, another Sunstrike that's missed. Invoker's game, it's getting worse and worse. I mean, Sumail has 53 last hits, while Invoker doesn't even have half of it. He's getting absolutely dumpstered. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
He's almost doubling his net worth.
Yep.
Like, that is crazy in the middle lane.
And it's without ganks, right? It's pure one-on-one. It's 0-0-0 for both of them.
Yeah, Miracle trying to fight. I don't know if he really wants to go into the face of Amar with just 100 health left. That is very aggressive. Obviously, he's got some help from that Cold Embrace that
the hook
is only level 1.
He's thinking about the hook. Look at it.
Now he's got a 360 no scope right into the trees if he can.
Give us the attacker vibe, like the blind skill shots. Come on, Miracle. We all know your game sense is good enough for that. Amar's kind of playing with fire. He's stressing me out here.
Gosh, if he throws the hook and he hits it, my mind would explode.
All right, he forces him to get the DD. He could die. I mean, all right, maybe round 3 for the Sunstrike guys. It's not happening.
Third time's the charm, I heard.
He's kind of tanky now. He has the hood. He's almost level 6. It's getting harder and harder. Luckily, Sunstrike is pure damage. I think they do have the damage to take him down, but it's going to be pretty close. They also don't really know yet that Wyvern is not there anymore. So much pressure on the mid tower. It's looking to be dead here. I mean, Prophet is level 6. Sumail is really strong. It's kind of hard to stop the tower from falling. Invoker really hates his life right now. Losing your mid tower so early in the game, it's really, really scary.
Do you really even recover well as an Invoker in this situation?
It kind of depends. If you get space, you can, but Enigma is probably going to look to punish now that the map opens up for them.
Taiga taking some damage here from Kuroki, the Wrath of Nature. Plasma Field looking to maybe land it on the edge, but still Kuroki's there with the mana burn.
He should be fine.
He's got Taiga low, but there's an impale in a second.
Side steps.
Good side step.
Nice one, nice one.
Never in
points.
doubt.
Yep, nice one. I mean, I'm a bit worried about this Invoker, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, right now he's so exposed to getting ganked also. Sumail can take much more aggressive position, or whoever really decides to play the mid wave. It's gonna be scary. The supports of OG, they have to start looking at this Invoker. You already see the pressure on him. And the problem is that OG supports are not the best at kind of relieving pressure, right? Enigma's kind of greedy himself, so is Wind Ranger. So there's not much OG can do right now.
Another miss on the Sunstrike, but GH survives for now. A good shackle from Misha, but where's the follow-up? Impale comes in, Kuroki in trouble. They've got themselves at least one. They are kind of funneling into the steps, but it doesn't really matter. There's no black hole. It's still just level 5 for the Enigma, and they end up trading. They get the better of the trade with BZM going down. A lot of that does stem from the fact that they have this ward over mid that's behind where the tier 1 tower was.
Yeah.
Like, you're able to keep that vision on the Invoker. They pressured with just the supports as well. It was pressure that just, like you said, these supports on OG can't really alleviate too well.
And you gotta appreciate, you know, like Sumail's positioning. I mean, now he's going back to his jungle, but he's played so aggressively. And on OG side, you have Luna that trying to go for Mask of Madness. She wants to farm the jungle. Invoker, obviously, you know, going for the infamous Midas on Exor Invoker. So he's also. They need space, they need time, you know, and when you lose these towers so early, especially against Nigma heroes, Prophet, Nyx Vendetta, they're not gonna give you the time. I mean, especially Nigma, if there's one team that's gonna be able to play really aggressive, it's gonna be them, right? So very, very scary position for OG to be in. It's already a 4k gold disadvantage, which is big enough, but in this game, it's even worse than that.
Right. Ooh, landing the Impale as well as the Vendetta. Miracle maybe could have thrown a hook, but chooses not to. It wasn't on cooldown.
I mean, OG's job right now is they need to be really smart about which fights they pick.
Right.
You know, try to punish Nigma as soon as they overextend, get the pick off, and get out as soon as possible, you know? Because if you ever find yourself in an even situation in terms of numbers with Nigma, you are gonna feed. They're too strong right now. They're way too strong.
They've got a lot of power going their way, especially with just how much more net worth there is on that Razor. Amar, he might be in too far. Same with Misha. They've got this Nature's Prophet coming over. They'll land the Sprout onto Misha, wrapping it around. Miracle taking some damage. He's hit by the Aether Remnant, but here comes Sumail. Like, he's not scared to run in. Not a lot of mana left, but he still has that ult rolling. Got to be careful about this black hole, but, well, without BZM, without this Windrunner, I think Nigma are just ready to go anyway.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's what I was trying to describe before. It's like, it's good to go for the Nyx if you can surprise him with a stun, get a quick kill and get out, but right away Enigma's gonna react. They're gonna react quickly, and you need to disengage as soon as possible, because if they bring the numbers, you have to respect it, and you have to give them the ground.
Hook lands, dismembers there, the follow-up Impale. They have the damage to get the kill, Misha gone again. He just came back, and Miracle, he's only got one stack in the flesh heap, but he's starting to feel a bit of a groove.
I mean, it's a Hood Vanguard Pudge with no boots. You know, it's like...
Just talking about that, too.
Yeah.
The whole build with Pudge and everything.
It's good. It's like, they can't touch him. I mean, I think even if they use 5 heroes on him, I don't even know that he dies. Period. You know, and even if he does, it's going to give so much time for his team to back him up and to, you know, get the counter kills. This Pudge right now, wherever he wants to go on the map, he is allowed to, basically. He can just run in like he's playing versus nobody, basically. And that's going to be the case for a while. And it's mainly related to the build. I mean, he's just too tanky.
And the more he gets that flesh heap, we were talking about how much damage it blocks. We were having that conversation with the Vanguard and that interaction.
They're trying to
Sunstrike,
go on Sunstrike,
and there's a good kill.
Okay, proven wrong. I mean, he was sitting on 500 HP. That might be a second kill. No Vendetta, Carapace is up.
Ooh. Just trying. Kuroki, you could see he's trying to find a way out, but well, he's circled in, or really triangled in. It was 3 heroes, and they end up getting a couple kills across the map.
These are really important kills. You know, you need these kills on OG side because you have the damage to kind of get them, but it's all about, once again, you know, reading the situation and knowing that these heroes are... Because right now, Enigma's trying to play on 3 lanes, which is the right way. They're trying to pressure the map as much as they can, but that means that they're gonna open up, you know, some kills to be had. So it's for OG to understand that, okay, this guy is alone and it's going to take them too much time to back him up. We go for the quick kill and we back off. And luckily, they have the damage to do so. You know, Invoker, Luna, Aura, they have a lot of nuke damage, right? Void Spirit, Wind Ranger, Power Shot. So maybe the Puck is the hard one. As for the other heroes, like so far, they die. It's not going to always be the case because Enigma, they have so much of the map, so they're out farming OG by a lot right now still. So, but you know, they don't have the BKB on Prophet yet, they don't have the BKB on Razor yet, so these heroes are now still like susceptible to dying.
Yeah, and well, BKB is the thought for Sumail. If you look over at Mind Control, like, it's Maelstrom, Shard, I think he had Mjolnir queued up, but now he's going against that. Maybe he's listening, but he's going for the BKB. There's the hook, dismember through onto Amar, and that's another one there for Miracle.
Yeah, level 4 flash heap now, phase boots up too. Getting trickier and trickier. I mean, you know, Mind Control, he might be thinking about the shard because right now what Enigma really lacks is the objective taking potential. They have heroes that are really strong, probably unkillable, really hard to fight into, but they can't really take objectives. Pudge and Razor are really bad cores in doing so, but then you get the shard on Prophet and now everything changes. Now you kind of have to fight them because your towers are dying.
Is this 7k lead deceiving in any way? Like, are OG still in the fray? As well, Sumail popped that old arrow here. He runs down BZM. Maybe it's really not that telling. Maybe it feels like more because they ripped apart BZM as well as Misha. And Amar just gets away.
If you're like an OG fan, you know, it's like one BKB choice. Like, you gotta look at the positive side of things. Okay, Razor used BKB, but I don't even know if it matters. I mean, at this point, the game is just so hard for OG to play. And I mean, you see the Luna's positioning. She's trying to sneak in on the enemy side, which I mean is smart. It's the way to go about it. Enigma is so aggressive that they have no business going back to their side of the map. They don't want that. They want OG to suffocate. You know, they want to choke them, basically. They don't want to give them any camps for free. And they're going to keep the pressure up. And it's one of the best teams in the world at doing so. So it's really up to the OG cores to try to navigate through the pressure, right?
Got greedy with the Vendetta as well as the Impale.
It's a nice try.
It's usually just one or the other, and then they try to go for the hook, but it ends up hitting on the Nyx Assassin. They've got the Aether Remnant, they drop down the Eclipse, they go to the Smite Carapace. That's a mistake here, because Yuragi, you're taking a lot of damage. In comes Mind Control, he's over with the Wrath of Nature being used. The Black Hole comes out, they get the kill to Kuroki, but is it going to be enough to get anything more than that? Yuragi goes down, they'll lose the Luna. Static Link, Sumail's in, he seems like the scariest guy on the map at the moment, as BZM falls, double kill for Sumail. Amar's going to be next on the menu. One more strike, Sumail with the triple kill, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of OG. All they lose is that Nyx Assassin, and it gets even tougher for OG.
That's the power of Pudge, right? And that's all down to his build, like the Hood and the Vanguard. It got so close, and I mean, I don't blame OG for trying to go for it. It was really close. I don't know how little HP he had when he survived, but you know, he's just buying time for his team to connect, and right away, you know, they try to connect as fast as they can. Razor comes in, Winter Wyvern comes in. They didn't even use Curse, so they had even more tools to kind of counter-initiate. And I don't blame OG for going for these plays. They have to try that. They have to get out the chokehold somehow, or they're just going to lose the game, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this time around did not work out. Enigma really quick at reacting and at punishing, honestly. It's and you can see the build, right? Now the Blink comes on Razor. They want to be able to connect to each other like as fast as possible, so that, yeah, OG gets punished.
Looking over at Misha, they also land the hook. They've got the Winter's Curse. This sets up multiple kills for them. Looking like it's not only going to be Amar, but it will be Misha. 2 more for the side of Enigma. 17-5. Very one-sided as OG kind of falling flat at the moment and looking to turtle their way back into a potential comeback.
It's such a hard game to play right now. I mean, you see Taiga trying to adapt. He decides to go for the Blink instead. You know, he's trying to go for the salvaging Black Hole. That was close. That was close for Yuragi. There's so much pressure on them right now. I mean, sure, BKB's coming on Luna, but really, how much is it gonna do? Invoker is also trying to find a force staff so that, you know, he can survive these goals, but you already see the map. It is so small for OG. You know, they can't get out of the map.
Well, they really can't find their way out, but it doesn't sound like the crowd's kind of happy with this one as they're cheering for Enigma. They have a little bit of lockdown on Sumail. It's level 4 on the Cold Embrace, so, you know, he'll right back up. He's also got the Shard. So that is an upgraded Cold Embrace that sends out the Splinter Blast, which, when you've got 2 guys like Sumail and Miracle on these heroes who can run into the middle of the fight, get Cold Embraced, and then get Splinter Blasts out like that, when you think you got them, seems like it could be dangerous. Oh, okay. Enigma spotted for a second. TP's out.
No leash talent yet on Prophet, nothing he can do, unfortunately. And I mean, Enigma, they have these really deep wards, right? They have the ward like on the mid lane that we see here. They have a ward in OG's base, so they have perfect info on how OG is trying to kind of navigate through the lanes, right? And try to dodge Enigma's aggression. Nice shackle. He might live. There's going to be a hook coming in 2 seconds. Can he hit it? He probably can. He can't. But he's going to die.
Still going to die anyway. Yeah, Plasma Field comes out and Taiga blinking in. They go to the Eclipse right away with the BKB being popped here by Sumail.
Okay.
Maybe not the move they were looking for because that gives up Amar and the rest of the team just backed away. Interesting move from OG.
Yeah, I mean, no Black Hole. Like, he has a Blink. Now it's kind of revealed. The Black Hole is not ready. Of course, the BKB Luna, you know, was ready, but how much does it do? Really, they just have no damage to fight into Enigma. They're so beefy.
And those timings miss.
Yeah, it's, I mean, they're playing too far behind right now. They just need to tank it.
BZM dying again. Sumail's got yet another kill. It feels like they're just feeding away kill after kill. They'll go into the high ground for this tier 3. Black Hole's back up, but you now need to kind of wait for this BKB for the Luna, so it's really a difficult timing. It did line up for a moment. If they didn't use the BKB on the Luna, they get the kill to KuroKy. That's damage from Amar, and maybe something that can help them defend this high ground. There's a lot of Treants just wailing away at the rack, so it does make it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, Misha so far from the shard. That's really something he would want right now to try to force Enigma into bad position. Obviously, you have the Blink Enigma, but you know Kuro has a carry pace, so that's going to be something Taiga needs to think about. GH, you know, very, very good player, very smart about his positioning. He's going to be waiting with the curse, obviously, to try to cancel the black hole. He's getting close to the Blink, so it's going to get even easier for him to kind of play around what Taiga wants to do in the fight. So it's tricky, you know. You need a way to kind of distract Enigma and have them forget about Enigma somehow, so that Taiga can come in clutch. And he's done it in many games. Can he do it here? I mean, we'll see. Definitely a really tough position to be in.
Trying to go for mind control. He's got some help in Taiga nearby, but is it enough? Amar comes over, he's spotted, and he's in a world of hurt. They've got the Winter's Curse, Miracle looking to set up the hook, and the timing's just not right. So at the end of the day, he does get away from this one. His mind control in on Misha still. He's taking a lot of damage from these Eidolons. He needs to be a little bit careful. If he were to get locked down again, he might even just fall. So Enigma kind of let them go.
Pretty good sequence for OG. You know, all things considered, like nobody dies. That's a lot of time for Luna to farm quietly. If you, of course, it's probably 2 Ancients camp, but if you think about the amount of pressure that OG is under, they're gonna be pretty happy. You know, with this like 2 minutes of kind of quiet, trying to kill the Wind Ranger and the Voice Spirit and getting out. I'm looking at Amar's quick buy, and he's actually going for Daedalus, you know, which is very unconventional, but I like the idea. It's just like, you know, you gotta kill the first guy that you stun. Right. You gotta burst him, you know. You need damage at this point, you know, try to get some trades somehow. Of course, it looks weird like that, but I think he's kind of forced into it. I like the decision here.
So we'll see if he can get to it, because he is still quite a ways out. Maybe he'll get that Chrysalis.
Like Amar would say, quoting him, it's very hopium, but you know, you need some hopium in these kind of games.
Gosh, is that the stuff you get at the dentist? Or hopium? They put the mask on?
Hopium, exactly. But you know, I mean, this budget is so big, man. He is so big right now. He's got the axe too. He is living the life. Like Miracle is enjoying his life right now.
Misha may not be. He throws a shackle out, and they've got the tornado coming through with the BKB being popped by Sumail. Well, look at that. They've already got Misha. They have this Nature's Prophet just able to do the damage to get the finishing blow in, and that is without him here. He's throwing that Wrath of Nature, and just that little bit of a pop that makes him explode.
Okay, Invoker is trying to get the axe. So this is maybe like a power spike that OG can look at. I think, you know, Enigma, what they would really want right now is obviously force OG into a fight. So that's going to be, you know, getting a tier 2 as they did, getting the Roche. It's not so easy for their lineup to break the high ground. I feel like their heroes are pretty bad at doing so. Eventually with farm, any lineup can break the high ground. So, you know, now they're 14k gold ahead, and it's going to keep getting worse for OG. I wonder what item is going to allow them to do so. You know, maybe an AC on somebody. They have the Prophet Shard, but I don't think it's yet enough.
Right. Surprised OG. Well, surprised at the fact that I think this team is always one of those teams that might go for this snatch, but they're conceding it.
Yeah, the only hero that could try to do something about it is Amar, but I mean, it is so scary, right? They have zero vision around the area. There's a Nyx lurking probably already. Like from OG's perspective, you feel like Enigma is just outside your base. You know that they've been there the whole time, so you don't even know that they're rushing right now.
Right.
And I mean, this is gonna, you know, MC. He's far from level 20, but eventually he's gonna be able to kind of catch heroes by himself. Also, when he gets the Sprout Leash talent.
Quite the disgusting talent. Misha caught again. One more right click there from KuroKy to get the kill.
Please, guys, Misha needs the shard. Just stop killing him. You know, 700 gold away. You know, make the game a little bit more honest.
That is a lot of gold to get. Could, you know, sell the Tranquils.
I mean, at some point you might even
really
consider
desperate.
it. I think when they break their high ground, you know, it's something you have to consider, or the game is just gonna end. But okay, trying to force a Razor BKB. He does have Aegis. He doesn't have to. I mean, GH also holding the Cold Embrace. Yeah, easy, no problem. 3 salve on GH. You know, they're just gonna, you know, heal him back up and kind of relieve the pressure. The map is so small for OG right now. It's they literally are stuck in base, which is I mean, the worst situation to be in. It feels really bad to play these games.
For sure, and I wonder if Enigma are going to try and do what OG did to them in the last game. Get them to come out of the base, make them feel safe for a second, then make the jump.
Very nice
Shackle lands, there's the Eclipse. They've got the damage to get the kill here on a mind control. That's a streak going the way of Yuragi. A lot of gold into his hands, so certainly nice to get a little bit of a bump in currency here as he's looking for the Ags too. So looks like we've got some Ags gaming going on here for OG.
200 gold to shard. Please don't die. It's so sad. He wants it so badly. Okay, he's gonna live. He's not gonna live.
I don't know. Plasma Field, Shackle, it connects.
Okay, get him up.
All right, so he does survive. The dream of the shard is still alive.
I mean, you know, it's, once again, very Hopium, but Invoker Ags, he just has it, so, you know, the damage, it's kind of starting to build up on OG, and the high ground is a bit scary. I mean, OG's lineup is fine at high grounding. Obviously, the Wind Ranger shard is going to pull people into the Midnight Pulse, into the Invoker spells. It's a lot of damage without having to commit really for it. Eventually, you're going to get Luna shard that's going to add up to it. But the main problem is that Nigma's pushing power. It's just not good, you know. So it takes them forever. Look at this Razor; he's tickling the tower. The only problem is just the big treants, basically.
They do quite a bit of damage and are very survivable, and as you can see, spammy as well.
So
very annoying.
Usually it is inefficient and it feels bad. Okay,
there's the shard. Is it going to do anything here? They'll look for the Shackle. It's not going to land. And, well, behind them is apparently going to be Sumail. He goes in. He just survives. But the Sunstrike, oh, still not on the mark either.
What a hook from Miracle. That was really important because they need this Aegis, right? Like, you see how quickly Sumail can die. So, I mean, he's actually at threat of dying without the Aegis. And they need the Aegis for him to kind of frontline with his body so that the Treants can also keep pushing. And I mean, usually these sequences feel quite bad for a team that pushes so inefficiently, but since the entire OG squad is stuck in the base, BZM.
They're going to go for BZM. He's trying to survive. That hook is on the money. They don't have buyback available on the Invoker. Amar now on the run. He only has about 30% of his health left. Shackle doesn't connect again, and they've got the heal for Sumail once more. He's got a minute 30 left on that Aegis, and, well, the lifespan on these racks are expired, and it looks like they're both going to drop. Thinking about potentially moving forward with the smoke. I'm not sure. It looked like Enigma caught a glimpse of it very quickly. Amar is in. He's looking, but there's the ulti coming in. The dismember's there, but not enough damage yet to kill off Amar. They're still trying to chase, and they've got Miracle going forward with the blink as well as the hook. They'll take it Amar and get the kill there, and he's also got no buyback.
GH is so patient. He's just looking at Taiga, basically. He's just waiting for Black Hole, and he's going to hold the curse until Black Hole happens. And, I mean, without Invoker, there's no such thing as defending base. They just lack damage. So now that Invoker is up, they smoke up. They're going to try to go for the base defense. They need a Shackled shot, something clutch, you know.
Trying to go around the bend and get themselves GH, but unfortunately Misha now caught. Static Link is there. Black Hole comes out, immediately stopped. They'll try to follow it up with the Cataclysm, but it's not going to do any damage. It doesn't land. OG on their last legs as Yuragi trying to run, and they'll just call GG. This game is over, and the series is split. Enigma, they force OG to bend to their will in this one, and I mean, this is a series, two teams top of the group that I think at the end of the day, both teams could be happy about. They both showed their strengths, and in this game, it just happened to be Enigma coming out on top.
I mean, super strong showing from Enigma. That game was quite impressive. You know, the Miracle Pudge, the Sumail Razor. I think big props to Sumail for, you know, dominating his lane as much as he did. Because it really made the game really hard for OG to play. Obviously, the infamous MC Prophet, probably one of the best Prophets in the world. And yeah, that was bread and butter for Enigma. You know, have solid lanes, comfort heroes, extreme pressure. It's hard to play against them when they're on such high form.
Yeah, such high form. They're in front of the crowd that's cheering for them. It's a little bit of that, you know, you understand it, that home crowd advantage. You get a little bit of that vocal cheer in your soundproof headset, and all of a sudden you're like, we're doing it for those guys out there, cheering us on and trying to step up that much more, and that's what they did. I mean, the lanes really did look pretty one-sided, and they were doubling net worth on multiple heroes on OG. The second game just was like a highlight reel. There a lot of things looked maybe out of sync for OG, but at the end of the day, I think there were also things that they could take away from that game that looked pretty good too. Like, they didn't just fold.
No, they showed
held
a lot
on.
of patience. They showed a lot of patience, definitely, and played a decent mid game considering how dire the situation was for them. But yeah, as you said, you know, the laning phase very sloppy from OG, and against a team like NIGMA, you're not allowed to be sloppy. You have to hit it, like hit your target every time you get the chance to, because there's not gonna be that many openings, and you've seen how quickly the map kind of shrinked. Because I mean, look at this pressure. We're barely 10 minutes in the game, and this is already, you know, they're taking your tier 1s, they're diving, you know, to the tier 2s, they're invading your jungle. OG, they went for these little pickoffs, and it did give them a little bit of a breathing room, but it just wasn't enough. It was just too much to deal with.
Yeah, they were already so far behind from the laning stage. I think getting out of what the laning stage is, they were behind 5,000-6,000 net worth. It makes it very difficult, and you said it all game. GH was ready every single time with this Winter's Curse. The blink just makes it easier. It seemed like every curse had a purpose, and it was just everything came in as a symphony for them.
His teamfight awareness is really up there.
Yeah, and his positioning awareness too. Like, he knows he has to be involved, and knowing that, he sits back, he makes sure, like, I know Misha's going for me, but I'm not going to make it easy for him to come get me. If he's going to come get me, he's going to die too. Or he's going to die, and I still survive, and I've got the right positioning to then potentially throw a Winter's Curse after that. It was really impressive positioning from GH, and I mean, how do OG, after a match like this, what do you do to grow from that? Like, what's the biggest takeaway? Because losses are your biggest lessons, and you know, what's the big learning thing here?
I mean, I think these are the games where these are the kind of losses that are not as devastating, even though they feel really bad in the moment. It's just that when you get so dominated from the beginning of the game, you know something went wrong, and it was also probably theory-wise, so you just have to get back to the drawing board and get ready for the next game.
Yeah, so we'll see them on their next game, and to break down this game in the Enigma victory, we've got the desk, so guys at the desk, take it away.
Thank you very much. We're indeed going to break down the second game. You know, we were doubtful, or some members more than others, of the craziness of the strategy, but it ended up working out for Enigma. Now, it is important to note the differences where we talk about having a more reliable win condition, and did feel like this game, both Razor and the NP fulfilled that role, even if the Punch was the more well, not really unorthodox, but less cookie-cutter carry.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we want, right? We just want right-click carries or right-click heroes. Prophet is definitely one of them. Yeah. Razor also very strong in that regard. So yeah, definitely a lot of this can always work out very easily, and whatever Enigma drafts, right, it either goes like this way, they completely stomp the game, or the opposite way they've seen in game 1, where they get completely crushed. I've not really seen an in-between there, so yeah. 1-1 Kings, as you named them.
Yeah, I mean, so far, right, I think they took the one loss, but other than that, they've been draws all the way.
Yeah, it's...
That's even harder than
getting the one win, pardon me. Yeah, the Enigma are done, actually, after this match.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 5-3, so that's going to be the scoreline to beat. OG, they're going to have one match remaining, RNG as well, and TSM all have one more game to play.
Yeah, as we see the score screen here, provided to you by STC.
Yeah, looks like TSM is almost out as well, huh? If they lose one more game, they're gone.
Yeah.
5 losses means Liquid is already gone as well.
Yeah. 5 is going to be the number to condemn you, so TSM and RNG is going to need to be go their way. TSM needing to get the win over OG, and yeah, basically at least that.
Yep. They need to get the 2-0 over OG. Yeah, exactly. All right, the win is best of 2. Yeah, there's no other way to win. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. But honestly, considering how they played in the very beginning, you know, they look good. OG, they're all over the place, right? They have some really good games, but they have been stopped sometimes. Like, this is a great example of it. And I think these fast drafts that Enigma is showing might be the key to it. Yeah, surely maybe the last one was more experimental than this one, but seemed to have worked out. And here we have the MVP vote.
Yeah.
As we can see the hero, the MVP. Of course, in the second game, we decided for it to be Samael. He played a fantastic Razor in this game too, and was a really important reason why they had scalability.
Yeah, for sure. I think they were expecting, you know, with the Windrunner, with a some more lockdown as well in the side lanes. They were expecting this Exort for BZM to pop off. He that's kind of, I think, how he rose to fame. Especially, we were always talking about like Stormstormers in the Western European Division 2, right? On the Hellbear Smashers, this guy came out of nowhere and usurped the title of like best Exort Invoker. Obviously, that hasn't really been playable for, well, basically since then. But he broke it out here, and I didn't blame him for it. You know, a couple stuns go their way, a couple more misplays, maybe from Nigma being a bit too predictable with the pathfinding, and perhaps he is able to kind of leverage his global kill potential there. It doesn't go his way, and Sumail heavily punishes him for that decision.
Yeah, like if you go cross-wax, it's actually a pretty simple lane. Like you just burn his mana and he doesn't really do much to you. So he gambled and he lost, which made Sumail, you know, the MVP. So
yeah. It's also how the hero goes afterwards, right? Crossflex, you always have the option of rotating. Your lane could actually be the worst lane in the world, and as long as you found Urn at some point, it's okay. You still have impact, right? Yeah. Whereas Quasic Zord, you do rely a little bit more on getting a stronger lane. I mean, after all, you get the Force Spirit to get the extra damage. You're expected to win or at least trade evenly in most matchups.
And the Quasic Zord, like, you know, even if you kind of biff it in the laning stage, you still have a little bit of potential for the late game. You could see OG,
with Cataclysm.
Yeah, with Cataclysm, of course, which is the natural buildup for Exort Invoker, right? That's where it leads to.
Yep.
And the damage early is, of course, going to be much better at the cost of control, which, you know, maybe they didn't, maybe they needed, maybe they didn't. But you could see, like, OGs they felt like they were still in the game. They had the one way back in with a nice black hole into Cataclysm, right? And we saw as soon as that missed, they threw in the towel. They knew that game was spent at that stage.
yeah, I think not a single Sunstrike actually hit off that Cataclysm. Like they all just kind of
on the last one?
dispersed.
Yeah. The
They were
curse
like,
instantly cancel, and
Yeah. It was a Hail Mary play. That was the only thing they had left in the tank. It was over long before that, unfortunately.
Yeah. As we close the day today, because this was the last match, I think we can check out the groups once again. We talked about this earlier, but now with a visual aid, it'll be a little more easy to illustrate. To make it simple, once you get 5 losses, there's no way you're making it through groups because 2 teams get eliminated. So Liquid is in that position, Deep Boosters as well. So they've both been eliminated from this tournament, or mathematically eliminated, right? Whereas the rest of the teams still have chances. In Group A, even TSM FTX, however bad it looks right now, if they were to 2-0 OG, they could force those tiebreakers, and they would be able to maybe pass.
Yeah, no, I mean, they would at least guaranteed force tiebreakers, right? Regardless of how RNG fare in their final match versus Liquid, right? And, you know, who knows how that one turns out. You're at least guaranteeing one tiebreaker between 3rd and 4th place if TSM managed to 2-0 OG.
Exactly.
That is, I mean, that's at least the position you always want to be in, I imagine, Black in the tournament. Playing for your own destiny. You never really want to have to do something, or even worse, sit and watch the game and hope that it goes your way.
Yeah, 100%. Like if you're hoping that somebody else has to lose against some team that, you know, is obviously not you, you're always like, oh my god, and then you like watch the game and then they lose at the game 1, you know, you have hope, like yeah, and then they lose game 2 and you're like, okay, we're going home.
I'm excited to see in what order these games will be played so people can tune into them at the right time. Here's the schedule for tomorrow for, of course, Stream A, this very stream. We'll start out with the PSG LGD versus the Boosters. We'll follow up with OG TSM. That's the one you want to tune into if you want to know the score lines here. And we'll finalize the day with PSG LGD Tundra, which is also an important one here for scores. Honestly, Group B is tied, so it's all over the place. Every single match is important. But PSG LGD Tundra is an important one because Tundra also gets to prove themselves a little bit, right? They're great against European teams, against international teams. They looked really good last major, but Chinese teams were the ones missing. Will they be the Achilles heel? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, OG TSM, of course, the Stockholm major rematch, right? Just that's pretty exciting, too. We'll see what kind of a difference Seb actually made, or didn't. We'll see, right, how the OG boys fare versus TSM, who desperately need that win, of course.
On the other side, we have Stream B, where we'll start with Tundra versus Spirit. Once again, all the matches here, because these teams are tied, are incredibly important. Then RNG versus Liquid, which I believe doesn't matter for RNG either, right?
No, it does.
Oh, right,
RNG
they can potentially.
RNG, as long as they draw there, they are in not upper bracket, but they will at least be safe for playoffs.
Okay, is there a chance for them to go to upper bracket?
There is, because Enigma currently the team to beat. If OG 2-0s, RNG would need to 2-0, and then it would be tiebreaker rules between first and second. So yeah, there's some exciting stuff. I think Group B though, because they have the play day tomorrow for the majority of it, we get to see LGD twice, we get to see Spirit twice, and we get to see Tundra twice. So that's gonna be really exciting.
Okay. Usually at this point in the show, we'd have a special highlight section for you, but today we have something very special. Unique. We got this literally hot off the presses, right? It's exclusive for you guys. So we have a special movie trailer, actually. Indeed. This is the premiere for Middle East, specifically Middle Eastern premiere for Dungeons & Dragons Honors Among Us. And we're going to show you a trailer of this wonderful film starring Michelle Rodriguez and Chris Pine. And that's brought to you by Gamers8. So check it out.
Here's the thing. We're a team of thieves. And when you do this, you're bound to make enemies. Sometimes those enemies come looking for revenge. Truth be told, we helped the wrong person steal the wrong thing. We didn't mean to unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known. But we're gonna fix it.
Well, how do we pull that off? Figure it out over a drink?
Probably best.
You need coolness!
To give us a fighting chance, we're gonna need strength. You got this, right?
I know you don't.
We also need courage, magic, and you. What is that again? It's an owl bear.
Let's go!
Be warned. There is evil here.
I'm glad he's on our side.
This one's dangerous. But whatever happens, we'll be ready.
What is it exactly that you bring to this?
I'm a planner. I make plans.
You've already made the plan, so
If the existing plan fails, I make a new plan.
so you make plans that fail.
No.
He also plays the lute.
Not relevant.